back to the meeting, and hopefully you had a good rest last night to be prepared for the discussions today, starting with the firm culture and governance update. Then we will have an update from the EIOC and the discussion on a post-draft staff alert on the private equity investment topic. We will have an update on technology this afternoon after lunch and a presentation on IESBA from the IESBA communications team on the strategy for the IESBA communications for the next time. So this is the agenda for today. Very diversified, very appealing, I would say, but starting with the hot topic of firm culture and governance, where the two project teams have been working intensively under the advice of the two board advisors, Chana and Rich, who have been advising and helping the two project teams. So I'm not going to spend more time on describing what we are doing here, just recalling you that we agreed to set up two different project teams and two different projects. One, to develop standards on firm culture and governance, the other to develop NAM, non-authoritative material. Of course, the two groups are working together, and Chana and Rich are working together with the two groups. They are interoperable, which is a word that we haven't yet mentioned in this meeting, and it's going to be part of our of our words in the future. They work together. It is supposed that the standard setting project and the NAM project work closely, but of course the ultimate product that they will deliver will be slightly different, although of course fully interconnected. These are two staff-driven model projects, respectively led by Jeff Kwan and Cam Leong, and they are advancing the work. And with this, I'm gonna give the floor, hand over to Chana, I think, or to Jeff. I don't know who is going to present. Thanking the team for the huge work that they have already done on this.
Thank you, Gabriela, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to second day of our IESBA March 2025 board meeting. So this morning, we're going to spend the next few moments with you, walking through the firm culture and governance work streams, the two work streams and project, and give you some updates. Hang on, let me just make sure it works. I'm pointing everywhere. Oh, here we go. So this morning, what we're going to do is we're first going to give you some updates on what the two work streams have been up to. Of course, top of mind would be the global roundtables, and it will give you a little bit of an update, and also the stakeholder outreaches that we had done in the last few months, including those ones Gabriela had been involved in. And then we're going to look at a little bit, give you a bit more of an update on particularly on the NAM work streams and get your feedback there as well. Then the second, I guess, broad items, that group of items we want to walk through with you is in relation to IESBA and IESBA coordination. We're going to share with you an approach in terms of coordination with IESBA and some high-level thoughts in terms of the interaction with ISQM 1. You will note that we have sent the deck earlier. This morning's one is slightly revised, but nothing too substantial. You would have seen that we also have towards the back of the deck two illustrative drafts that came straight out of the working group's final report. So we want to get, I guess, your feedback on that as well, and just get a bit of a steer. And then towards the end, Rui and David will share with you the current communications plan we have for this particular project. So we're going to keep moving. First, we're going to give you some status update. As Gabriela have said, this is the board has approved the project proposal in December 2024. I'm sure it's still fresh on everyone's mind. And of course, the project objective is to develop a culture and governance framework that promotes, supports, and reinforces a high standard of ethical behavior by firms, but essentially everyone in the firm, within the firm, therefore helping those firms to develop a reputation as highly ethical firm, and as well as mitigating the risk of unethical behavior and strengthen public trust and confidence in all the firm's services. So that's very much the project objective. The board has agreed, as Gabriella mentioned, to have two separate work streams for this project. The standard setting side with myself, Laura and Carla, and of course the non-authoritative material side with Cam and Joanne. It is a staff-driven model. So we are working very closely with our two board member advisors, Chana and Rich, and they have been very much involved in certainly the development of the material you see today, but more importantly also with the roundtable material, the approach, the strategy, and we have also been working with Gabriella and Ken as well, as we started in January officially. So the next update we want to give you perhaps is just to give you a bit more of an update on the global roundtables. As you can see that we are having 4 in-person roundtables starting this Thursday right here at the IFAC offices in New York. Then next week, we're going to move to Melbourne, and then the week after, Brussels. Then in between, we will have 2 virtual roundtables, one focusing more on the African and also Middle East region as well as, and then we have one for Latin America. And thank you, Vanya and Hector, who's helping to lead that discussion in Spanish. And Laura is helping us as well. And I think she's practicing hard on her Spanish. And then towards the end of April, we will have one more in-person roundtable in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So these roundtables are really important in terms of information gathering for us to have a better understanding of the different elements that we're looking at developing as part of this framework. Each of these roundtables, the in-person roundtables, we are aiming to have around 30 participants because we want to split them up into 3 breakout groups, and 10 is a good size. Once you get beyond that, it's sort of losing the amount of participation from each attendees. So at the moment, we are sort of having around 30 to 35 to each of the roundtables, and then the virtual ones we will probably have up to maybe 20 for one of them, and then 10 for the Latin America one. That one we only having 1 group, so we wouldn't want to have too many more than that anyway. And you will see that we do try to have the right balance of participants representing, different stakeholder groups. Of course, from the profession, the firms of different sizes, the larger firms, as well as SMPs, from the member bodies as well, regulators, and those who perhaps are users of financial and non-financial statements, and also the academia as well. I will say the last point that you see there is that the project team will consider how to engage the harder to reach stakeholder groups. We recognize as at these roundtables is, you demand them to be there the whole day, and some stakeholder groups are a little bit hard to get them involved. And so the project team's aim is to, once we've been through the roundtables, then we'll look at perhaps what input we still need to get from which stakeholder groups, and as we'll move along and perhaps try to organize some separate meetings. You will recall that the project proposal, there are a list of qualitative characteristics of standards that's relevant to this particular standard, and that comes out of the public interest framework. And one of them is completeness. And that means that, for this standard to pass that sort of test, really, is that we need to make sure that we can demonstrate that we have reached out to all the relevant stakeholder groups and get the feedback. So that's what the project team will be working hard on after we've have done these 6 roundtables. This is not the only outreach that we are going to do throughout the course of the project or even in the next 2 to 3 quarters. But we'll get to that in just a moment. In terms of what we're trying to achieve at these roundtables, as I've sort of alluded to earlier, is that we want to get information from participants about those, particularly about those 8 elements that we have identified in the project proposal as part of this culture and governance framework. And the idea is not so much to still get information about the need for these elements or the need for framework. The board, of course, have already voted on it and agree that we should go ahead and commence a project. But the idea of these roundtables really is to get people's experience, their best practices, examples, or challenges that they might have encountered in terms of prioritizing ethical values in some of these different elements. And so we would have, I think, maybe just under 15 questions to cover these 8 broad topics. And we recognize that, of course, not all the participants will be from the profession. I think they're probably hovering on overall, maybe at about 40% at the moment. But these questions are designed in a way that if you're not from the accounting profession, you can still give your feedback. And some of them, of course, we've worked with the accountancy professional. They are accountants themselves, maybe PAIBs, but they can bring in perhaps their knowledge, whether they're academic or perhaps they are corporate governance specialists, and they can bring in their input and their experience from their perspectives as well. And with all these questions, we will look at, from the perspective of scalability as well. As the working group last year, the Firm Culture Working Group last year have highlighted on numerous occasions, and of course in the final report as well, one of the elements that we need to really look at is scalability. And so we do have some SMPs represented in each and every one of those roundtables. But the questions, we will want to get feedback from a scalability perspective as well. And so we will use, of course, breakout groups so we can encourage, hopefully more participations from each of those participants who are attending. So our aim at this stage is at the June board meeting, we will give a summary of the key comments as well as the project team's analysis and any proposals we have, including potentially, maybe some very early drafts or part of, what the framework might look like if we can. And in terms of moving further out, the aim is to in September, the aim is to have a first read of the proposed draft, and then in December, in December, we'll be looking at a second read and ask the board to approve the exposure draft. But before that, the project team will work on sharing a strawman draft latest by the mid-quarter call that we're trying to set up the dates, but that will be, I think, in July. But if we can, we will give the board something to perhaps comment on at the June board meeting as well. So these are essentially a bit of an update on the global roundtables, and we'll give you a chance to perhaps ask questions in just a few slides. Then we just want to give you, again, an update on the stakeholder engagement and outreach that we've had in the last couple of months. What the project team had started on an exercise is really to look at the different stakeholders we have, because you have firms who are most impacted in that sense, but you also have regulators that we need to connect with, but also users of the financial and non-financial statements as well. So the project team has really started looking at similar to what the ANI group was doing yesterday. We're just starting to map the stakeholders, so we have the best and the most appropriate approach in terms of reaching out to our stakeholders. But in the last few months, we have met with the Dutch regulator AFM, and Gabriella and Ken have been to the PLB meeting, and Gabriella's also been to the IOSCO C1 meeting, and she had an outreach in the UAE. And I'm going to ask Gabriella to share her experience for those meetings in just a second. In terms of our meeting with the Dutch regulators, I think it was quite a positive meeting. Of course, in the Netherlands, they have already done something in that space, and as part of the legal framework and the requirement as well for those firms who are auditing pies. And that relates more to having independent non-executives in the supervisory board, but that's unique to that jurisdiction. But they're generally quite supportive of this project, the need of this project. But we've also talked about the role of leadership, the importance of all staff within the whole firm sharing the same values. We also talked about a range of things, but including the importance of monitoring and for firm leaders to take action. So the focus really of that discussion was really very much pivoting towards the role of firm leadership. But I'm going to pass to Gabriella just to share some of her thoughts and highlights, perhaps, of some of these other meetings that related to the firm's culture and governance project. Thanks, Gabriella.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So, as I understand, you want me to give a brief update on the or debriefing on the UAE outreach, right?
Yes.
So, yes, I was in Dubai and Abu Dhabi 2 weeks ago with Tom Seidenstein. The purpose was not exactly to focus just on firm culture and governance, but to provide stakeholders there an idea and a flavor of what we as standard setters are doing more generally, what our plans are, and work a little bit on this plan to try to reinforce the understanding of stakeholders about the link between what we do and its economic value, the value proposition of standard setting. So it was a very general purpose, but of course we needed to tell stakeholders what we are doing, where we are focusing. No, there weren't not big presentations or nothing like that. The fact is that in all the meetings that we had, and we had a lot, I don't know the number, but probably 12 meetings or something, or close to that in a few days. The interest of stakeholders there on our firm culture and governance project and related topics was amazing. Actually, I think that it took a significant part of the discussions, and that in almost all the meetings, not to say all, the interest and the direction of the discussion and attention was all directed to this topic. So it was really well. It was rewarding, of course, and worth. But it was very interesting to see these countries putting so much effort, because it's not only about interest; it's about effort in this area. These are jurisdictions and countries where, when they want to do something, they move very quickly. We saw it with our code of ethics in 2023 that they just adopted the code, went beyond the code. The code is now adopted in all the UAE countries. And Saudi Arabia, I was made aware last week that they not only adopted the code, but they also went beyond the code. I don't know details because this was a mention that was made by the IFAC board member at the IFAC board meeting, and we did not have the opportunity to discuss. But it's really interesting, the attention and the interest that they are putting in this topic. Just this morning, Chana shared an article and a press release from in Saudi Arabia that says exactly that they want to make sure that ethics is not only words. It's more or less that it's not only words. It's really put in practice. David Clark, who is sitting here behind me, helped setting a few of these meetings. These meetings were mostly with a significant number of regulators. They have many there, but also we had a fireside chat organized in Dubai with stakeholders from all the groups, with many people from the firms, a lot of interest in the discussions. And we also had a roundtable organized by ICAEW, with stakeholders from the firms, of course, but also from companies, from real economy companies, those big things that you have in Abu Dhabi, and the audit committee members and etc. And there was a consistent interest in this topic. Leading to an idea that I think that they may put in place of creating a working group within the different UAE countries to discuss this and to connect with us. So yeah, we have discussed internally the possibility of organizing something specifically for this region, because as you see from the roundtables, there are no roundtables for this region, but I think that we should explore more their interests and their ability to put things in practice very quickly, if they want. David, do you want to add anything?
I think you've done a great job, Gabriella. I think they were in part also very interested in sustainability assurance and direction of travel there as well. So I think when we think about something we might do there, we could probably intersect with that topic too, in some sort of way. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. So Jeff, if you allow me just one additional word on the meeting with IOSCO, where the interest was also very significant, with many questions, many suggestions, of course, and I'll speak about that later. Also with an eye on private equity investment, because for them it's difficult to disconnect one thing from the other, but clear support for the direction in principle. Curious to see what we are going to do. Thank you, Jeff. Back to you.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you, David, for that update. So in the coming months, in March, April, of course, we have the global roundtables that's coming up. We also have a Forum of Firms meeting that's coming up in late March, and this will be a deep dive session with them. It's almost would be like a mini roundtable, and so that will be attended by, as I understand, 40 firm representatives in person and another 20 virtually. And so staff and board members, including Gabriella, will be at this meeting. And we will also, Gabriella will also be attending an IVIA meeting in April. And then in May, we would have the National Standard Setter meeting. I think it's called JSS now, or Jurisdictional Standard Setter meeting, and we will explore this topic with them as well. And there's also an S&P, IFAC's S&P Advisory Group meeting in May, and so we will give them an update and discuss with them some of the elements that are perhaps relevant to them. And of course, as we go through the year, we will look at more stakeholder outreaches, as Gabriella had already mentioned. We'll look at doing something in the Middle East, amongst other additional stakeholder engagement events that we will have. So speaking of S&P, I'm going to move to the next slide. That's not the clicker, that's my mouse. This one here. So as part of our arrangement with the IFAC S&P advisory group, they would give us comment letters at each of our meetings, just sharing their perspective from an S&P perspective. So we received their comment letter late last week, and they essentially cover some of these aspects. Is whether their question is, it seems like a lot of these issues, certainly the ones that have been cited, relating to large firms, and so why would the proposal be for firms of all sizes? Of course, from the board's perspective, and we have highlighted in the final report, really culture doesn't matter. I think culture really transcends the size of an organization, and also when you're looking at ethical leadership, it doesn't matter what your size is. The objective of this project is more than just about, it's not so much about dealing with particular unethical behavior. It's about having that framework, allowing firms of different sizes to create that ethical culture, to putting ethical values and prioritizing ethical values through right from its leadership to some of the other mechanisms that we see, and helping firms to continue to operate as ethical firms. So that's very much objective of the project. So it's not just about unethical behavior that we see in the newspaper that maybe relate to some of the larger firms. It's really about the importance of having that framework, the importance of putting ethics first, and creating that ethical culture. But we will, of course, look at scalability, as we've mentioned time and time again, as a key element, and we will look at some thresholds component. Another comment that I have is about the importance of being principles based, and whether that there may be some concerns whether it's going to be too prescriptive, and suggest looking at NAM first. And of course, this project has the two work streams, because what we're seeing is that what the board is developing, it's a package of standard, a new standard that has the high-level framework. And then with the NAM, with the different, guidance material or thought leadership pieces that will explore more some of these elements that will not make it to a principles-based framework. So it's very important that these two work streams work hand in hand and not just one work stream going ahead first. But of course, with the NAM, we will be looking at developing more materials that we will be issuing throughout the year, and Pam will speak to that a little bit more in just a second. The other thing we need to remind ourselves is that as part of the SWP development in the last few years, the board has identified firm culture and governance as a burning platform and as a strategic priority. And that's why it's important that we move quickly and to start a project, to start a standard setting project this G, rather than just pushing with the NAM component first. The other question about ISKM1 and China, we'll speak to that a little bit more. But ultimately, we want to point out there is a difference between ISKM1 and what we're trying to develop. But I'll leave that to China as he speaks through some of the slides on ISKM1. In terms of scalability, the S&P community, of course, rightfully have pointed out again the importance of scalability, and we will look at that as we start to draft the proposed standards. And we, of course, as I've mentioned, we have S&Ps attending each of these roundtables to make sure we get the perspectives. For instance, when we look at provision of independent input, for instance, even for larger firms, we need to look at a few elements and how it's actually gonna make it work. And particularly for smaller firms, we've heard, of course, that it's probably not very possible for small firms just to appoint an independent non-executive. So we need to look at that and what that means for that particular element for an S&P. So we will work with the S&P community closely in terms of making sure, these new standards, it's appropriately scaled. And then the last point is the rate and volume of change, and that's not necessarily that view unique to this particular project, but of course this board will continue to look at what is in the public interest, what needs to be done, and of course we work closely with the PIOB as well. So those are some of the points that we have received from the S&P advisory group. They're by no means unique to that group, some of those points. But that's what the project team, certainly our initial feedback or thoughts will be in terms of some of those points. So I'm going to pass the Cam to speak to you about the non-authoritative materials, and then we're going to move to the IESBA and IESB coordination. So thanks, Cam.
Thank you, Jeff. And on our next slide, we outline a little bit about our NAM approach for 2025. And as Gabriella and Jeff both outlined, we have two work streams. The NAM work stream is running concurrently with the development of the standard with the purpose of complementing the standard setting output, and of course being interoperable with the outputs. So furthermore, I just wanted to raise that the objectives of this NAM workstream also is to ensure we do keep up the momentum of this project while the standard is being developed. So while we don't yet have the final standard, which would be possibly in 2 years, there is this NAM workstream to keep up this momentum, and hopefully strong and thoughtful NAM that is issued can also help stakeholders understand the need for the project, the why, and hopefully gain further buy-in for them. So I just wanted to highlight this point because it's also different from, for example, developing rollout NAM on a set of already final standards. However, as a result, we do recognize that there is one very important consideration that Jeff already alluded to, is that we don't want to front run any standard development. We don't want to box in any conclusion that the standard setting may take or inadvertently cause any consequences that we don't want. And so with these two factors in mind, the need and also, balancing, the caution not to front run the standard, you can see we have the strategy set out here for 2025. First off, we recognize that in January of this year, the working group's final report, sort of a 30-page document, was already released, highlighting the working group's findings and its view on the common characteristics of a firm, and also the elements for this FCG framework, and also feedback from stakeholders. So that was in January. So riding on this, if you may, coattail, or this wave of material that was just published. Second off, what we intend to do is to release an academic report that essentially is a synthesis of academic literature on the importance of organizational culture and ethical leadership in organizations. This is a 10-page academic report that was commissioned to inform the working group report and was posted on the IESBA website in June 2024, sorry, 2024. And so releasing this to remind stakeholders of the importance of ethical culture and what exactly ethical culture is. That's first off. And then, as Jeff already outlined, we do have a series of roundtables in March and April where we'll also be seeking input on what are some best practices and behaviors that stakeholders have seen. So we'll analyze all this input from the roundtables, new information. And so after the roundtable, we will first off also release a feedback statement of the roundtable observations. And second of all, also evaluate what other potential NAM we could issue. For example, one that we're thinking of right now is illustrative scenarios on ethical culture, and also highlighting existing provisions already in the code. So other inputs we'll receive along after the roundtables are also in May, and that's from the JSS, the jurisdictional standard setters, and also the SMP AG, where we intend to also exchange views on, what they deem might be helpful now. So other topics that we could also, we're contemplating, depending on the feedback from the roundtables and other information we receive, is further material on ethical leadership, maybe, and as I mentioned, highlighting existing provisions in the code. In terms of format, there's a wide variety of formats, right? So it could be anything from a very comprehensive white paper, very voluminous, to brief thought pieces, a series of it, to illustrative scenarios, case studies, to short videos, interviews, etc. So there's a wide range that we could do with this NAM after we've received additional information from these roundtables, etc. And finally, on the green, so I've just mentioned that yellow box on the left, but on the green box, within the project proposal, there were two suggested topics also to be considered to be released as NAM. And what we'll do, again, after the additional information with the from the roundtables, we'll consider them along with our additional NAM thoughts. And first off, can I please ask Chana and Rich if you would like to add anything specific to the SNAM component? Thank you.
Thanks, Cam. No, I think you have covered it well. The project team did discuss whether the contributions of the stakeholders could be brought forward, but I think after discussing with both Rich and me, we decided that that has the potential to front run the standard. And so therefore, I think the proposal where the ones on the left box are done first is appropriate. And then once I think the other two can be done a bit later once we have the draft of the standard. Thanks, Cam. Rich?
Okay, thanks, Cam. So before I pass it to Gabriella, just want to see again if Rich and Chana have any other additional comments to the general updates. If no, Gabriella, if I could perhaps pass it back to you to see if the board has any questions or comments on the updates.
Sure. Thank you very much, Jeff, Cam, Chana, and Rich, and all the group for the good work that you have already done. And I think that we have here enough material for a good discussion for the board to provide direction to these two groups, two teams. I think that this is a very strategic moment where we should make clear what the next steps are, how we want these two projects to develop in terms of timelines, in terms of the interaction between the two, in terms of the risks that have been flagged about possibly overriding or not wanting to override the standards, but also making sure that we have strong NAM supporting the future standards being used to explain the why, as Cam said, providing examples, materials, and etc. on things that we already know or that for us, it's already clear. So this is what the board should be discussing now, of course, together with anything and everything that you may want to say to help the two project teams. Mark, please.
Thank you. Well, firstly, obviously, I think the working group has done an excellent job in trying to position this, and I really agree with the position of not sort of running ahead on the standard setting project. That said, I think the elephant in the room is that a lot of people will want to know what is the standard setting output, and that will probably be almost the sort of distraction to the outreach that you do, because actually people want to know, is it new things in the code? Is it a governance code? Is it a something else? Is there a cutoff? Who does it apply to? And I think probably when we meet again, it will be really interesting to get from the group a steer of where your thoughts are beginning to develop, because I think we will come under more and more pressure of articulating just what is this going to be. I also think, the messaging that you've done is really important, that this is not just something that focuses on how do we prevent unethical behavior, but it is also about building a culture that recognizes good behavior and ensures that that is built in as part of the balance. And I think in taking forward the global roundtables, you might want to think about how you strengthen that message, because with the best will in the world with these things, the participants always arrive with the glass half empty rather than half full. And so therefore trying to recognize that this is about a positive thing and not just a not just a negative thing is going to be really important. So I think it's sort of really really sort of well handled so far, but I do think that the pressure to answer some of the exam questions or at least indicate the direction of travel will become stronger and stronger, and we need to think about how we respond as a board to that and at what point it's appropriate to do so.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I must say that I fully agree with everything that you said, and this is a good message to start the discussion. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I'd like to comment on the questions in the briefing note. And so to be honest, I went through the questions several times, and there was something that has been bothering me about them. I think I figured it out this morning. So obviously the importance of ethical leadership, I mean, cannot be overemphasized, obviously, and everything flows from there. I think what is missing is that if we look at question number 1, in your experience, what are the qualities and skills of an ethical leader? I think we're starting with the premise, on the premise that ethical leaders are there. And to Mark's point, I think we're trying to create a culture, an ethical culture. I think that is going to be the greatest contribution of this project. I think the real question that we have to ask is, how do you create ethical leadership? You look at the questions, we talk about incentives. This is obviously very, very clearly identified in the different elements of good ethical practice and so on within the report, within the questions. But the question is, how do we create these incentives at the top? I mean, to create them throughout to really have an ethical culture, you really need to create those incentives for ethical behavior, starting with the top level of the organizational hierarchy, so that they will ultimately be woven into the fabric of every level of the organizational hierarchy. And I think the answer to this is the organization has to push for or find a way to create a deep-seated conviction that there is a good business case for ethical behavior. And I mean conviction because it is conviction that really makes leaders stand firm in their values when they are facing an ethical dilemma. And so the question is, how do you create that business case? I think while all the questions are obviously, very well-founded, valid, and everything, I think the real issue is at the top. The real issue to create an ethical culture, the main challenge that we are facing, I believe, especially as a standard-setting board where we are looking to develop principles-based standards, and if you want to, stay away from, the checklist approach, do this, do that, so on and so forth, the question is, how do you create that deep-seated conviction? I think it's certainly implied in the questions. It is certainly mentioned in the report. I am certain of that. But I think that should be our leading point. We cannot premise our questions on the assumption that ethical leaders are there. I think that's the problem. I think our starting point should be, how do you create ethical leaders? How do you make sure that the organization creates and maintains ethical leadership? And I think this derives from again, a deep-seated conviction that there is the good business case. So when you're facing an ethical dilemma, when you have to make a choice between two things, you believe that the ethical choice is the right choice for you and for your organization, and everything flows from there. And I think that should be our leading question, and start with it. So thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Jeff and Chana, Rich, can we collect?
Yeah,
or do you want to react
collect,
now?
no, we can collect a few.
Thank you. So David, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with what Mark and with what Rania have said. And what I would suggest for consideration that might be helpful is look at businesses who do have ethical structures as an option for how that can be replicated in firms, right? Because the project is about the firm. But I think there's a lot to be learned from business around how you create an ethical culture and how, to Rania's point, you help leaders do the right thing. Because doing the right thing is not always the easy thing. And I think it's how do you end up ultimately providing tools, support, and one of the things that might be helpful as an output to the project, which was a point that Mark raised, and I agree with him, is thinking through how you can develop some very practical tools, whether it's a decision framework, for example, or something. And I think I shared that with the board from one of the jurisdictions some time ago. It's just a helpful way to think about something tangible that individuals can use to help them make decisions when they're faced with, what do I do? And back to Rania's point. So that would be some of the things I would encourage. I think to a point that Cam raised a little bit earlier on, I would encourage you really strongly, please be concise as opposed to voluminous. So be concise in what we create, have it be practical, meaningful, and something that's actionable. Because that's where I think we can start to add value. If we start to create something that's voluminous, no one's going to read it. So I would really encourage you to keep that as a driving force. And then lastly, if you want, I'll put this offer out there, and I think, Chana, we talked about it this morning. If you want any help and insight and connections into the business sector, let me know, and I will happily help facilitate so that you can get a different perspective, perhaps outside of the firms, and also a perspective that help you see the firms from their point of view. How do they assess the firms? How do they look at governance? And that might be a helpful insight as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Jeff, Chana, Rich, whenever you want to respond, just let me know.
We can take.
Okay, Amajit, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I had a point on actually I picked it up from that SMP feedback that you got in terms of whether there should be separate recommendations for small and mid-sized firms. So there, I have sympathy with that point. I'll just give you some data from India. In India, we have about 100,000 chartered accountant firms, and 75% are very small firms. So, and I take your point, Jeff, in terms of ethical behavior, in some sense, transcends size and structure. But if you go to the, when you make recommendations at the framework level, so can we look at the proportionality angle? If a firm is catering to, let's say, X number of PIEs, public interest entities, there the requirements have to be obviously higher than the firm which is not catering to any public interest entity. So that is point number one to consider. Second is I looked at your agenda for the roundtable. So there, one point was seeking information about the best practices and examples, which is fine. I get the spirit of what you're saying here, but let's not lose good, for the best. What I mean to say is that best is relative, and best would be relative only to the jurisdiction. What is best for one country may not be best for the other country. So let's not lose sight of, I would probably say, let's look for the good practices rather than saying best. Best is very, very relative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Amajit. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of the approach as proposed. I have 2 points to share. One is in terms of NAM, one of the possible topics could be, I believe, skills matrix, similar to board skills matrix as a non-independent, what IN is, right? So we can think about that. The second one is a question from my perspective. From the documents, I think we have used the term accounting firm or firm. So I may misunderstand, but if it is accounting firm, I believe we need to take care of another firm, non-accounting or non-assurance firm. Normally, network has 2 firms, assurance and non-assurance separately, legally separately. So I wonder how this non-assurance firm will be treated in our pursuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Do you want to respond?
Yep.
Please.
Thank you, everyone, for your.
But sorry, Jeff, there is someone missing.
Oh, sorry, Hector.
I just did not want to preclude the possibility of responding, but let's go to Hector. Sorry.
Very briefly, thank you, Chair. I was part of the initial work of this group, and thinking about the roundtables, there were 2 points that I wanted to suggest that you keep an eye and maybe in the interactions. The first one is there is something about the length of your horizon, the length of your vision when you want to be an ethical leader. If you're thinking in the short term, if you're thinking what is going to happen in the next 4 years before you retire, and you may not be making the right decisions. That's why in the corporate governance of listed companies, for example, you have a board on top of the managers looking with a completely different horizon. And at some point, maybe we need to try to get from these firms, what is it that they are doing to make sure that people are looking in the longer term? Because ethical decisions have repercussions probably many years after, not immediately. So what is it that these firms are doing to set the scope, their lenses into the next 10 or 15 years and not just the next quarter? And I think that is a challenge given the structure of many of these firms. And the second one is that if you compare with the listed company, you have stakeholder input. You have ways for stakeholders to participate. You have independent directors. You have pressure from investors. Here, that voice is very low if it exists at all. So not every jurisdiction has these non-executive members, independent, participating somehow in the structure. But maybe even the union representative, if there is a union or a work representative, worker representative that is not at the executive level, what are the ways in which they are collecting feedback from stakeholders in helping them to see how they are being perceived? What is it that the public interest is expecting from them that they are not doing or they may do better? I think those 2 elements are key because there are significant differences from other types of firms that you would normally think in terms of governance. So if you can dig into that in the roundtables, I think it would be probably very useful. The first one has to do with incentives, and then again the legal structure, the way which is something we're not going into with this project. We're not going to be prescriptive about the legal structure or the way they organize themselves. It's also affecting these choices in terms of stock options or things or clawbacks that were used in the financial crisis to foster, to align incentives. Here may also be a problem. So I would focus on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Christelle, please.
Thank you. I just wonder on the provision of an independent input. The questions are very much about or it feels like it is one of the elements we want to put forward, and we ask questions to support that. I would recommend also to have a question on what are the drawbacks or what are the difficulties faced when trying to have an independent or having an independent um, input in order to address that also in a more neutral way when we decide at the end what we want to promote. I think we should be aware of the eventual potential, I don't know, difficulties, drawbacks, and carefulness we have to have even in that solution.
Thank you, Christelle. I think Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo the people who just who have commented. As I have been saying, to create a good culture and culture, it is important for everyone to proactively do things and not to do things as said. And everybody actually, especially the leaders, know what they have to do. But as everybody, like Rania said, there is a dilemma that to make it difficult to do the right things. So I think rather than explaining what is the skill set or required, there should be more let the people think or enable the people to do the right things. So not to teach what is the right thing, but how to let them think or act correctly is what I think the standard needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Jeff, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, again for all your feedback. That's certainly very helpful. I think in terms of some of the comments relating specifically to the roundtable, some of the questions are certainly very well received. Of course, these questions are set as fairly broad questions. We did for reason, and then for us who will be moderating the discussions, we some of those points we have already identified, but some of the other points we certainly take that into consideration. You know, like some Rania's and Hector's and Tomoyo's points on the leadership. We're not making any assumption whether the people who will be here, who will be joining us, whether their organization is ethical or the leadership is ethical or not. But we do want to get a bit deeper in terms of how would a leader I guess enforce a sort of ethical culture. And like what Tomoyo is saying, is it's not just about a compliance concept. But it starts from the leadership. So we certainly have we will take those points into consideration to make sure that discussion will cover those. And so just to let the board know, we do have the moderators. We've had a meeting last week, a couple of days ago already, and of course, we'll continue to make sure that in each of those breakout groups, we have the opportunity to address some of those questions. Yes, I think there are some questions already out there in terms of what this new standard is supposed to look like. Is it going to be as long as ISKM 1? Is it going to look anything like ISKM 1, or is it going to look like the corporate governance code for audit firms, or even the more broader sort of corporate governance codes for listed entity? So the working group, as I mentioned earlier, we'll try to have something in June just to give a sense of, what we're thinking. But of course, a little bit later today, this session, we will want to discuss with you and get your thoughts in terms of a couple of those illustrative provisions that the working group did. Didn't really get a chance to discuss with the board last year, but it'd be good to get a steer from the board in terms of because what we need to remember is that we need to pitch the standard at the right level. So not too details, but not so high level that it's not moving the needle either. So we need to make sure that we get the right, we hit the mark in that sense. And of course, the project team will work with our board advisors, but also we will bring to this board for consideration, later in the year. Yes, Amajit, the scalability part is really important, but in terms of how we set the threshold is also really important. It will be difficult, for instance, if we just say that if you audit one pie, because for some jurisdiction, there'll be a lot of firms auditing one pipe, and then others, so in terms of how we set that threshold from a scalability perspective is really. That really is where the money is, and it's tricky at a global level, but it's important that we get it right. So your point is, certainly well received, and some of the other points, Christelle, in terms of the roundtable, we were looking at what's best or good practices, what has worked, but also what hasn't worked. Like you said, some of the challenges that people have seen, whether it's larger firms or smaller firms. So we'll make sure that these roundtables, we will explore all those with our participants. But those comments are really very helpful. I know there's a couple of comments about NAM. I'll pass to Cam, and then I guess we'll see if Chana and Rich have any additional feedback. Cam?
Thanks, Jeff. I mean, regarding the NAM, I appreciate all the inputs, and we'll be considerate to make it not too voluminous, and also taking into account some of the topics that was mentioned and suggested today. So that's very helpful. Thank you. And if anybody offline wants to share any ideas, please do feel free, because we would really appreciate that. I believe it looks like James, did you want to come in?
Maybe just a point to staff. There's a couple of comments that we heard and you acknowledged them about the leadership, and you've got set up questions. I know we're hearing what has been said, but let me just underscore this. We're going to be in a multi-stakeholder setting in these roundtables. The biggest underlying question is, what's the value proposition of this exercise? And I think setting it up on how to create ethical leadership is really, from their view, if we can convince them that's the value proposition that's being proposed, I think that's going to go a long way. So I see the questions as they set up, but if we don't really pivot with our leaders within the round tables and setting it up, I don't think our audience is going to hear the value proposition. And what I've heard today is it's not an academic thought pattern, it's a real value proposition question. So I'd rephrase that. I hope then that they will see that this is an exercise, and what I'd say, this is allowing them to implement an organizational control that's going to allow them to represent and install their belief and boundary systems. And when you pitch it at the leadership, how to create that, I think you're going to get tremendous change in perspective on the value proposition of this. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. Sorry, the members have expressed it exceptionally well, but I speak to staff as we prepare for our roundtables. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Obichiko, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. The firm culture and governance project is a very, very good one and very, very key. And I appreciate all the hard work that has been done. So in line with what Rania said, I just want to add some comments and some things I think will help to make the roundtable discussions more structured. Like Rania said, it's better we start with how can we get an ethical culture. So, and one of the objectives of the FCG is to develop a framework So I believe the questions should be structured, showing the framework so that the audience or the people, the participants will be guided. So based on the work I've done, I just want to share some things I think that can help with having a structure. How can you develop an ethical culture? Given what we have been seeing, the scandals and everything, first of all, you have to assess what is going on. So we have to give them that opportunity, the assessment, what is causing all these things based on your path, on your experience. After assessing, you establish. After establishing, you educate, engage, ensure, enforce, and evaluate. So we can now use all these seven ideas or headings, and under this major structure, assess, establish, educate, engage, ensure, enforce, and evaluate. All those other ethical leadership, accountability, transparency will now be key design principles that the participants are going to consider in each of this structure or framework of assess this and that and that. So as you're considering, okay, how can we establish an ethical culture based on your assessment? This is what has been the issue. These are what is the issue in my experience. So based on the 7 design principles, how can we establish a culture? So it's going to guide their thoughts, and it's going to make it, we're going to get a more directed answer than making it, than the questions I've seen. It might bring about, it might be so open-ended. So if we have a structure, you apply these principles that already been identified, independent input and the rest, apply it to each. So you already have a framework, and then they're helping you to think about, okay, what can we do? Then based on this structures or framework or topics, headings, you can now, for each assess, establish, and all that, you have your principles. Your principles are already coming out. To establish, you shall do this based on what you have gotten from all your round table. To establish, you should do, the firm shall, that. To educate, the firm shall, that. So the principle, it will not be prescriptive, but it will be principle based, and at the same time, it will be, it will give more direction. And also, I feel that leaving it too open-ended might also not really help people to come out with their best. Like, for example, when we're talking about independent input in the question, you can give an example of what you mean by independent input. Not like you are trying to give the person the answer, but to direct their mind, open up their mind to think further. For example, under accountability, how can we ensure accountability firm-wide? An idea that came to me is ethical audits. That's the form of accountability, because most accounting firms or accountants, we hold other people accountable. We're not holding ourselves accountable. There's no really structure like that. Unless something happens, that's when you see the regulators fining. So example, ethics audit. So that we can know what they think about something like that. Whistleblowing, which I know is already there. Whistleblowing, what do they think about that? That can open their mind up to more ideas. Okay, these are other things. I don't know if I'm able to say what I wanted to say, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Obishuk. We got your comments. Thank you very much for your input, and the process you described. We'll take all of those comments into consideration. So I think some comments from me, and then I'll pass over to Rich. Going to a couple of things. One is, at what point do we apply independent input, and we are not sort of come to a landing on that. In the UK, of course, the audit firm governance code applies if you audit more than 20 pies. So that's sort of an example of a threshold. So we are very mindful, Amajit, about the impact on the SMPs, because if you look the world over, there's lot more smaller practices than the larger practices. And also, a lot of the smaller practices don't do audits, so they are not within ISQM1. I know in Australia, they purposefully, some of the firms don't do audits because it's too much of a risk. They just stick to business services. On the ethical leadership, I think the firms do have ethical leaders. I mean, we heard examples of how a leader comes in and changes the course of the firm and its progress, and lifts up the performance. So it's not that they are not there; they are there, and we need to sort of think about what are the principles, what are, for example, the incentives that would create, and like Hector said, not take a long-term view rather than the next year or the next 3 years, which might be the managing partner's term. So it's how do they, at that enterprise level, take a long-term view, how they can progress. In response to the questions, I think the questions have been distributed to everyone. So we might have to tweak it. The moderators will tweak it a bit to take into account some of the board's comments during the sessions rather than do any changes to the questions as such at this stage. We are looking for a principles-based framework. I think in one of the slides, the 8 areas or themes that the working group identified was then. We are trying to, at the end of the day, develop a short principles-based framework that will touch on those. That's sort of the vision at the moment, but it's possible that, once we go through the roundtable, something may be added, something may drop off. So we don't want to sort of make a decision on it just yet. Mark, you already have a question.
You just sort of you just made me think there, Channa, and I think that a question for the group to ask itself is the purpose of this a principles-based framework, or is it a framework of principles? Because actually in the sort of world of setting things like an audit firm governance code, it comprises principles and very little else. And so therefore, I think it would be a useful question for the group to bear in mind once it's considered all of the feedback.
Amajit?
Since I wanted to come in on the same point, it's a tough call. See, if you want to be principle-based at a very high level, we would not really set out the expectations. So I think we'll have to very carefully look at, while we remain at the principle level, but we are clear enough what is the change we want on the ground. So you will have to get into some specificity. Otherwise, it would be just plain English, sorry to say that, which I'll take it the way I like.
Yeah, no, there will be some guidance as well, so that it's clear what the principle is meant to convey.
Yeah, so guidance would be very useful.
Yeah. I didn't see who went first. Nancy?
Thank you, Channa. I wasn't really going to speak today because I'm interested to see how the roundtables play out and, be able to understand the observations. However, as we started to talk about what I would call this disaggregation between larger firms and smaller firms, one of the things that has struck me now that if we are going to tie this to PI audit clients, then the disaggregation is going to affect the audit practices, right? And one of the things that we have had questions about is how does this relate to ISQM1? And our response has been, well, ISQM1 only applies to the auditing practice and that system of quality management. And what we're doing here is intended to be more holistic than that, and to include those ethical behaviors related to, say, tax engagements and advisory engagements and those sorts of things. However, when you start tying the scalability, if you will, to the performance of audits, I think you are now drifting away from that argument potentially. And I just think we need to be thoughtful about that. And I will say that as part of sort of my overarching thoughts, I'm probably more in the, I think there is a huge return on investment in non-authoritative material here. I do come from a very small firm background. I spent most of my career in very small firms. And these kinds of resources are simply not available. So I'm a fan of that. And I think my bias right now, and again, I'm trying to keep a very open mind, is more toward, from a standard perspective, much more of a true principles-based and high-level approach. And I saw you shaking your head, so I'll let you respond to my comment.
Yeah, so I use the UK as an example. So we are not just yet landed on how we can segregate it, but I use UK as an example. So to address Amajit's point that it's not, we are going to make it, not make it scalable for the small practitioners. We'll get to ISQM a bit later, so I'll sort of reserve my comments on that. Hector?
Just very briefly, in case we want to address this anxiety about what may or may not be in the principles, what kind of governance expectations there will be, it might be useful, maybe following the roundtables, to have some sort of survey of evidence of the adoption of some of these practices. So that you would say, you know what, we're proposing this, but it's already in use by 80% of the stakeholders that responded to our survey. So this is not something that we come up from our hat like a magic trick. This is something that is in practice in many places, and we recommend adopting this. Or if we say we want to have this principle, we could say this has been adopted in different forms, and we have evidence of this having been adopted as a letter A, letter B, letter C, letter D. I think that would reduce the anxiety and would go beyond a general principle. The NAM here plays a key role. You could say the principle is this, and NAM could say, well, if you want to adopt this, these are examples of things that have worked. This was pretty much the approach that we had at the OECD. We were giving principles and giving many examples of how this was adopted, because jurisdictions and firms would have a big variety of options for implementation. So there was a principle, but then there were, this works, it could work for you too. So it's an in-between. It's not that prescriptive, but it's not like do whatever you want yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so no, thanks, Hector, for that. I mean, that's why I think one of the questions ask about, you know, what are the practices that you are using, because I feel most of it, you know, they would have in one form or another. So it's more adherence to what they have set up and then getting the best practices from everyone. I mean, if I think back to the tax planning project, you know, we similarly went out with a briefing paper like this with some very simple questions. And essentially, you know, people told us what they are doing. And the credible basis effectively came from people telling us what they were doing and, you know, trying to capture what they already had. So, you know, I think we shouldn't prejudge. We should go with an open mind and let this process run, because the process will then identify what's out there. And from that, we can then take it and, you know, shape it accordingly. Luigi?
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking of everything it was said, and I am concerned that what we think when we speak about principle-based probably is not consistent across the board, or at least it is not consistent with what I think is a principle-based. Because when we deal with terms like shall, should, like in the example, or very short requirements and so on, it doesn't seem to me, they do not seem to me really principle-based. It seems short, succinct, clear requirements that they need, of course, to be implemented in a granular way, in a detailed way, but they are requirements, basically. And I'm not saying that it is wrong or it is right. The only thing I'm saying is that we are promoting and communicating this project as a principle-based, based on principle-based development of additional amendment to the code. While listening, everyone speaking, I think that at the end, it does not seem to be principle-based. The need for scalability, the need for apply certain additional criteria is required when there is a requirement. It is less required when there is a principle. Just to know, just to warn that it would be easy to have a short and succinct statement that at the end are or expectation, strong expectation de facto, that de facto are requirements, or even requirements. So it is what it is, but probably we need to be clear in the communication in order for the stakeholder to understand where we are landing.
Thanks, Luigi. I would say that that's, I guess, Mark's earlier point is we need to be clear whether it's principles-based framework or a framework of principles. That's something the project team, of course, will work with the board in terms of where it is going to land, but also, balancing out with some of the other comments, like for instance, from Amajit about, you need to have some specificities in this, to make sure we can move the needle and it's not so high level. But point well taken, we should be clear to our stakeholders as we go into these roundtables what we mean or what we're thinking at least, or what we haven't decided. So we'll make sure that there's that level of clarity as we move along, as we develop our thinking a bit more. But we are very behind schedule, so we need to keep moving.
I was going to say that we have roughly 20 minutes for the rest of the presentation and discussions. And of course, I would like to allow all the time to discuss everything because this is a critical project and the strategic direction from the board is very important, but we are really running late. So I'd suggest that you go through the slides as quick as possible so that we can leave time for the board.
Yeah, it will be quick because I'm not talking anymore. So I'm going to pass to Cam. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. And just briefly, on this next slide, we'd like to outline our IESB and IESBA coordination approach that we've agreed. So a little while back, Carla, Jeff, and myself, sorry if you don't, Carla, Jeff, and myself had a meeting with Willie, the program and senior director of the IESB, and agreed on an approach that ensures a frequent, regular, and two-way conversation. And so as outlined on various bullet points on this slide, this includes having a designated IESB staff member as a point of contact for this FCG project team to also discuss ISQM1 matters. And this also includes potentially and as appropriate providing updates at the IEESB board meetings, also obtaining feedback from their members, and as appropriate, including IEESB in the outreach. One example of this is having IEESB representatives at our global roundtables, which includes New York, Brussels, and Melbourne. If needed, similar to sustainability, and if needed only, there could also be a joint sort of SSB chair coordination meeting. So this is all sort of the approach, and obviously it will be regular and continuous. And I believe I now pass it to Chana.
Okay, thanks, Cam. So I'm supposed to do a recap, but I think everybody knows what the project is about. Yeah, let's go to the next slide because I think in the interest of time. So we have got this question about ISQM1. What we intend with the FCG framework is for it to be a principle-based framework. And I might give an example from my own jurisdiction. So in Australia, we have the ISQM1 equivalent, ASQM1. And we have a quality management standard for non-assurance services. So basically, all the services done by a firm is covered under these two quality management standards. And above it, there is a risk management standard, right? So we say all firms have to have a risk management framework, and that in that we have a very minimalist approach of giving areas that the firm can consider. And there's governance, leadership, IT security, various things that you can take into consideration. And we say that the quality management, because quality management is really about your delivery to the service. That's what the objective of ISQM1 is about that what you deliver to the service goes through a quality process, and that the report issued is appropriate for the purpose, right? So that's the focus. While this risk management standards, which sits above, talks about the culture of the firm, the reputation. So the objectives of that risk management standard is much broader than just the delivery of the service to the client. So our thinking is that the FCG framework will be taking into consideration those 8 themes that the working group's report has identified, and will be something similar that sits above the quality management frameworks. So that is the distinction that we want to draw from this slide. And Jeff, if I can go to the next one. Yeah, so we have compared what does ISQM1 do. It's about the quality of the engagements, and it's also limited to audit reviews and related services. So it doesn't capture all the non-assurance services, while the FCG framework will be more at the firm level, enterprise-wide, and it's about reinforcing a high standard of ethical behavior. We acknowledge that there are aspects of ISQM1 that will be relevant for our consideration, and we'll take that into account once we get to the stage of actually developing the framework. I might hand over to Rich if he has something to add.
So you all were sent by Astu the slides, and the next two after this one, the next 2 slides have some bullet point wording that are presented as directionally illustrative. They were extracted from the report that was issued in December. They have not been expansively debated. They've not been wordsmithed. They haven't even been suggested as what might be
a definitive answer, and certainly they haven't come before the board for approval, and that's not what we're asking for here. We're just showing these to get some directional feedback and input from the board in terms of what might make up components of what could be in the standard. So if we can move to the next slide, please. I think I'll leave it to you to read what we have here, but these are our two of the three we're going to share on these slides. And the first one is fairly overarching. In fact, it could be a lead-in to whatever we develop, but it talks about the and there are some words in here we would not use, like ensure. So don't get overly concerned about that. But the concept is that the governance framework promotes high standards of ethical behavior by prioritizing and embedding ethical values in strategic operating strategies, operating structures, quality management systems, and accountability mechanisms. The second one is the standard on provision of independent input, and I would say all of the things we have to address that were listed in the report, the scalability issue is a critical element, as Amarjeet referenced, as Jeff referenced, the SMP letter, and it has some challenges. And in some places, the answer may be that the firm has, through its natural operating mechanisms, everything they need to drive an ethical behavior. We're not trying to suggest that everything has to be a specific, it's not a checklist approach, let me put it that way, right? This is what we're trying to keep this at a high level. And on this point, for example, it may be enough that a firm decides that I don't know this, I'm just throwing this out. It may be enough that a firm decides that it has access to input when it deems that it needs help or wants to address something. That's some of the feedback we want to seek in the roundtables, is what are people's views, particularly from the small and medium practitioners who are joining us. And then the third example on the next slide is performance management. And it's very much a principle-based component of the framework, designed to emphasize the need for performance management activities to support ethical behavior. Right. So these are a couple of things that were in the report, and we want to seek a little feedback on the illustrative examples, or conceptually at least. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Rich, and thanks, Chana. So, and then on those coordination points, and in terms of our initial very high level view of the difference between what we're trying to develop in ISQM1, and of course some of those illustrative examples, just to give you a sense of, what the working group came up with last year, but of course that's based on information and thinking we had last year, and we have moved on a bit, but still nonetheless, I think it'd be good to get a strategic steer from the board on a couple of these examples. You don't need to comment example by example, of course, just give us a sense of, that's not what we're looking at. Like, for instance, what Rich has said, in one of the early examples, for instance, the first one, of looking at it, we will not be saying things that firms shall ensure, but some of your early thoughts would be helpful to the project team. So Gabriela, will pass it back. Rich, please go ahead.
I wanted to make one other point. These 3 points that, as I said, they're from the report. They're in the report because they were given to us by stakeholders, right? These are accumulation of what stakeholders said to us. So, all right, thanks.
Thanks, Rich, for clarifying. Gabriela, please.
Thank you very much, Rich, Chana, and Jeff. Hector, please. And I'll please ask you to be as focused as possible in your comments. Hector.
Super briefly, I understand the concern about shall ensure, But if we phrase it like the governance framework of a firm is useful to do this and this and that, this becomes sort of an academic paper. Or so we have a code that is setting ethical standards. So if we are going to say something, we need to say that firms should have a governance that promote this. Maybe we don't need to say what kind of governance, exactly how prescriptive that governance should be, but I'm scared of backing down so much the language that we end up with something like is sort of a descriptive, like the back of a medicine bottle, like the ingredients. I mean, we are saying a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so if I may respond, Rich, I think the only thing we were worried about was the insure part, not that. In a way, we'll have to say that the firm shall have a governance framework, but I think the part we were worried about, the word was insure. As Rich said, these were things that other people gave us, not that we sat and drafted those comments. Yeah. Tomoyo?
Thank you, Chana. Whatever the word we use, so in Japan, the regulator JFSA creates the governance code for the firm, and JICPA creates the code of ethics for accountants, and they have their remit. They can only influence where they have their coverage. Like the regulators can only ask the accountants to follow JICPA the same. So I think we need the IESBA code, whatever we create, to encourage directly the firm to create something and covering the network firm. Otherwise, if we ask the standard setters to do something, they will have the remit and the coverage, and limited remit and coverage. So I think it's important to encourage whatever the word we use, but to let the firm to create something based on the IESBA standard that we are trying to create. Thank you.
Thanks, Tomoyo. Luigi?
The three examples that were in the report have a different level of requirements inside, and this is probably also shown in the first slide of this presentation, where it is labeled like illustrative potential example of principle-based requirements, which is pretty strange to read in a presentation, because it is on one side or in the other side. I'm refraining from expressing any opinion on one direction or to the other direction, since we have completed the roundtable exercise, because I think that we need to value the contribution of the stakeholders. What I'm saying, and I repeat what I already said, probably we need to be very clear with them and with everyone where we would like to go. It is not like it is written now. It is not a principle-based. It is, we can say that it is a mix, maybe it could be a mix, but it is not a principle-based. It is a short requirement, let's say, a collection of short requirements that need to be deployed and implemented, of course, but they are requirements. Notwithstanding whether we use ensure, shall, should, this is not the issue.
So let me clarify this. So you're saying principles without requirements, is it?
No, it seems to me that they are a requirement expressed in a very short form. Then could be a framework or principle, as Mark said, I accept that. But my point is that if we are communicating them like an example of principle-based approach, I don't think it is consistent with how they are written, what we are thinking, and how we are presenting them. So probably even the communication to the stakeholders should be changed.
Yeah, Luigi, perhaps where some of the confusion is here is the code is principles-based, not rules-based. And I think when we're trying to focus on principles-based, we're trying to say we're going to be consistent with how the code approaches, it develops standard, and not devolve into a list of rules and checklist requirements and must-haves. That is, I think, a concern that this would turn out to be like a very another version of a quality management system. And so maybe that's the confusion, is that we're trying to say we're going to be consistent with the code itself. Thanks.
Sadia?
So these roundtables, we've had a great track record as IESBA with roundtables, but these roundtables seem to be a little bit different. And I was wondering if the project group has considered some of the risks that we have with this roundtable and how we manage them. Because we have a very short time between roundtables and proposals that come in June. And I thought that I should help you along with identifying some of those risks. So the first one is the IEESB coordination. And I'm so glad that we already have a framework in place. But I think it would also be helpful if we start our conversation saying that we have identified this. I think the vocabulary that's going to be used at roundtables might leave people uncomfortable because of the overlap between our project and the ISQM. But that's something that many people may say in different ways, but mean the same thing. And that's something we'll have to address. The other thing is that we are going to hear a lot of answers to these 14 questions, and then we're going to need a framework on how we come up with proposals on which ones we taking on board and which ones we're dropping, or how it morphs its way into the final proposals. And I was comforted by the project team saying that you all are planning or perhaps needing additional outreach with specific stakeholders to test some of these thinkings. I think that will give us, as a board, comfort what happens between a roundtable and the proposals that come through. We've heard from many members saying that they want succinct, principle-based proposals, but it also needs to be meaningful. And just from the 3 proposals that are on screen, well, the 2 that's on screen, but these proposals will need to be backed by considerable amount of application material, best practices, and how we manage that will be important. Because as soon as you put it as application material, it will find its way into policies and procedures, and then it wouldn't be succinct. It will be complicated. But the approach will need to be something that we haven't seen traditionally in the code, and something that we can see already established either in practice or supported by NAM, which will allow us for something that would be a key consideration on how we balance these expectations.
Mark?
So I like the illustrative examples, and I think that they will be helpful for fostering discussion at the roundtables. I do think perhaps before the roundtables happen, it would be really good, given its importance and how fundamental it is, either to weave in leadership into your examples, or to have an example about leadership, because I think that's a really important piece. I also wonder, given that it may well come up as a question, is one of the outcomes of having these principles-based requirements audit quality? I think we either decide it is or it isn't, but we should sort of explain that up front, because otherwise I think you'll get a lot of people saying, is this about audit quality or is it about, other things? So I think I would just head off that. And I think, and I understand Sadia's point about application material, but actually I do think in a framework like this, it's almost really important not to have any application material, and something that sits separately in NAM, I think is a really important thing, but the principles themselves need to be able to stand alone. Good luck.
Thanks for that, Mark. No, we will take those observations on board. I'll go to Obichukwu.
Thank you very much. Okay, on the potential examples of principle-based requirements. So the way the way it's stated is show that it's kind of very high level, at a very high level. And if you're going to go by this, I think that it would be appropriate to have an illustrative guidance that is, like Mark just said, that might be part of the NAM to illustrate what we mean, because it's kind of very high level. So it's either we make it medium and make it so that people can get people to comply, than make it so high that at the end of the day, someone might just do something that is not significant and say, okay, after all, I was able to embed this and that, when it's something very insignificant that he actually complied with. So I think illustrative guidance is very key in this in this work. Maybe as a NAM, after the standard has come out, then the NAM will now handle the illustrative guidance. Thank you.
Thanks, Obichukwu. Yes, we will take that into consideration. We understand the point that the principle needs to be supported, but we also want to keep, if possible, some of it in the NAM part, and not to make the standard too long. Rania?
Thank you, Chana. So 2 points. One, I think you should entertain the possibility that not all our answers are going to necessarily come like 100% from the roundtables, and so perhaps consider supporting that with some research, because I believe we have a very important role to contribute something. Obviously there are issues and we are trying to find solutions, and not necessarily the solution is out there. Obviously we can look at everything that's happening, all the practices, put them together, come up with something, but also consider, I would suggest, additional research to support the idea, especially when it comes to culture. How do you breed the right culture? That's one point. Concerning the examples, and in line with my prior point, I would recommend starting like a principles-based standard or framework with something along the lines of a firm shall, I'm not sure if shall is the right word here, but shall cultivate and promote, maintain, and continuously update a shared understanding of how ethics drives its success and how unethical behavior impacts it negatively. So, and such an understanding developed starting with the leadership level. I think that really is like at the heart of an ethical culture. Again, just to make sure that we stay away from like a checklist approach, and really, I think it's not going to, and again, good luck. Good luck with trying to create, to make sure that we are targeting the development of the values, of the understanding, of the conviction. I think that's our role more than anything else. Everything else is just all the other things concerning incentives, governance, mechanisms, etc., so on and so forth, are a mere reflection. And I think when you keep it at that level, then it is going to be scalable because every organization will scale it up to, based on its size, its positioning, so on and so forth. But the question is, how do you develop that, that conviction? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Rania. Yeah, I think the leadership is key. I mean, that's what a lot of the regulators told us as well, that the leader is key to the whole thing. So we'll keep that in mind as we embark on this journey. Amajit?
Yeah, so very quickly, I think these three principles, I think they're a good starting point. And as we heard from many speakers, so I guess some hybrid approach would be useful, supplementing these principles with guidance on what exactly is the expectation would be useful. So just to give you one specific input on your third principle, performance management policies that incentivize ethical behavior. So apparently, what we're saying here is firms shall establish criteria or shall have policies that incentivize ethical behavior. So I'm just thinking about it. While a firm may have such policies, but the question is how effective are those policies? So can we also build in that there should be a requirement to evaluate the effectiveness of your policies from time to time? That could be another standard. I'm just trying to make it more complete. So that was just one point. Second point was on ISQM versus what we are doing. I'm just confirming, I believe ISQM will not constrain what this work is going to achieve. It can supplement, it should be ISQM plus. It should not be just sitting within ISQM framework.
I want you to respond, Chana, but before you do, you're right. It's ISQM one will not constrain, and this framework or this project will not constrain or affect ISQM one. Two realities that will live together for the best, but they are not one and the same, and there will be no mutual constraints from one on the other, as I understand it. But Chairman will probably better explain that.
Just sort of complete, I think, one more afterthought. So let's say you talk about transparency. It's a very generic word. You talk about accountability, again, very generic word. So what are the features we want to see? And I think what was mentioned about whistleblower mechanism, it's a very good idea. I mean, can we explore that? Can we get that into our standard? So those are some specific issues of enhancing accountability and transparency.
Yeah, I mean, I think with accountability, it was this was discussed at the December meeting. It's the accountability right throughout the firm, and not just limited to the leaders. So everybody should be accountable for the ethics and culture in the organization. So we will look at what you are raising.
Yeah, so the point is, what are the elements and components which constitute accountability and transparency? So.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of the working done so far. I think this project is very, very important. I think that the dividing into the standard group and the non-authoritative material was a very good idea. And I'm also in favor of keeping it principle-based because I think that will solve one of my preoccupations that I share with Nancy, that is how we'll be affecting the small firms. So if you are principle-based, the scalability is easier to be done. About the examples, I'm a little bit confused because those examples were from the final report of firm culture. So of course they are acceptable. We have already run through them. I think it would be very interesting for us to hear what new examples we can get from the outreach and the roundtables. And so we can enlarge the examples or adapt those that are already in the report in order to get the work done. Thank you.
David?
Thank you, Chana. So a couple things came to mind, and I find myself in the odd position of agreeing with the regulator as a business guy, which is kind of unusual. So I think Mark's point about not getting extensive guidance, I actually agree with quite strongly, because if I think about it from the other side, the more guidance that's given, sometimes the more complicated it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to apply. And that's where you get into the scalability issue. You get into, does everyone have the same understanding? Do we understand words in the same way? So I really do agree with that. I think that said, though, there are some suggestions I would have, and maybe this is something you can flesh out a little bit more in the roundtables. When we use terms like values, values are not common. People have different definitions of what values are. And I think if we're going to make reference to ethical values, we need to define what we mean by ethical values, whether it's in a glossary or wherever it happens to be, because otherwise people will interpret. For example, I'll give you a really simple example, and it's a silly example, but it'll make the point. If we talk about honesty, I would suspect that everybody around this table would say, yes, lying is not okay. If you think about lying, lying has a scale. And if I start giving an example that says, well, would you perhaps bend the truth a little if you're planning a surprise party for your partner? And the answer again would probably be for most people, well, yes, because you're trying to surprise them. That's the whole point. So even when we talk about terms like dishonesty and things like that, we need to define what that means. And I know it sounds silly, but it's really important because different cultures have different definitions of what those words mean. And I think some of that's coming out from the feedback around the table as well in terms of suggestions. So that's something I would encourage the groups to either to come with a proposed view and get feedback, or solicit feedback so that you can define those somewhere in a glossary. And it does not have to be in the requirement itself. The final point I'll make is I strongly agree with the idea of staying principle based, because to me, we should set out what is it you're expected to do. How that's achieved is down to the regulator to enforce or the oversight body to enforce. And I think we need to be careful to make sure we don't creep into their swim lane around what we end up putting out there, if that's something that's typically within the regulator's remit and bailiwick. So just something to think about is making sure we're clear about our swim lane versus others and that they're complementary. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David, for that point. I think, it would be easier to go back to the fundamental principles because then that's well understood. So I think for the moment, that will be my response, unless we need to incorporate something else, to stick to the fundamental principles because that's well understood within the code. Obichiko, you want to come in again?
Please, thank you. So I just wanted to mention on talking about ethical firm culture. When we're talking about culture, culture also involves formal systems and informal systems. So I just wanted to put it out that for the NAM, that the informal systems can also be part of what they can add to their write-up on NAM, because a culture has to do with, they have the informal things that happen that structure your culture. I also want to add the point of things that influence culture. So we need to also look out for things that influence culture, because if we just focus on only the firms, things can influence them, like high stakeholders, like their clients and all that. So we also have to, I don't know how we're going to put something that will help the firms to balance out when clients or the society or is trying to impact on their ethical culture. Because as we know, culture always evolves, and it evolves due to the external influence. So if there's a way the project can find a way that can help the accounting firm, because that's what happens most of the time. You see, it's the clients that actually always most times cause the accounting scandals by what they project out to the auditors. So if there's a way we can bring in something, maybe through the NAM, to educate to help educate the audit firms and the employees, everyone there, on how to safeguard or how to treat those external influences that sometimes corrupt ethical culture in the audit firm. Thank you.
Thanks, Obichukwu. Yes, that's a very good point on formal and informal cultures. The case that is quite famous in Australia at the moment, in that the independent expert stated that there was informal culture operating, which led to most of the ethical failures. So that's an important point to keep in mind.
Okay.
Sorry, Ken.
Ken, I think that David forgot to put it out. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief because I recognize that I'm standing before the board here and the break. No, that's a. Oh yeah, we do have on the communications, but we will have to take a break because we've been going for a solid 2 hours. It's very interesting discussions, but I'm just reflecting on basically the exchanges on the topic of whether what we are focusing on is a principles-based framework as opposed to a framework of principles. And I don't believe the board should make that call at this point in time because it would be premature. I do believe the board should go out there, engage with stakeholders across the series of global roundtables, collect the input, and allow the project team to digest, analyze, and synthesize the feedback and come forward with the key takeaways and some ideas as to how to move forward. But out of this is going to be a strategic discussion that this board will need to make, precisely on this question of, is it a principles-based framework, as in fact, as I'm reading those 3 illustrative bullet points on this slide are sort of emblematic of a principles-based framework, in the sense that these are, in effect, requirements that are pitched at a principles level that would be embedded in a framework. And these are requirements that contain imperatives, that contain directives on firms, and therefore would be enforceable. Just for example, if you were to look at this bullet point on this slide, a firm shall establish criteria by which the performance of partners and staff will be evaluated and rewarded, etc. And that is a directive to firms to put in place or to develop the criteria, put them in place and implement them. And therefore that would be in effect a requirement by which firms would be evaluated in terms of what they've done to meet that requirement. Whereas if on the other side, if it were to be a framework of principles, essentially that would have to be rewarded in a way that would not be as directive on firms, and it could be something along the lines of what one would expect to be an important element or an important component of that framework. Just for example, it could go along the lines of a coaching governance framework, of course addressed to firms, etc., but it would be a coaching governance framework, not to use the language of the code, which is a shall, which imposes a requirement, but that framework should recognize and reward performance that would demonstrate that an individual, whether it's a partner or a firm, has lived by the firm's ethical values and demonstrated right? So that then would become more a principle that would be embedded in the firm's culture and governance framework, and that it would be up to the firm to then put in place the necessary policies, procedures, actions, etc., in order to live that by that principle within that framework. And how that could be done then would be up to this board to decide whether that would be additional provisions in the code or whether that could be dealt with outside of the code. But clearly, there's, as I say, there's a bit of a strategic discussion to be made post-global roundtables to come to this board with potentially two options. One would be, I would say, potentially a bit more prescriptive, which would be a principles-based framework. And the other one would be a framework of principles with perhaps some proposals, some action, suggestions as to how that framework of principles could be operationalized by firms. I think this is, to my mind, this is a very pivotal decision to be made, because that then will inform the work that we've been on during the remaining 6 to 7 months of the year, leading to an exposure draft.
Thank you, Ken. Christelle, very briefly, please.
Yes,
We are
just
really late.
to rebound on this, it is an important decision. How would we be informed by the roundtables to decide at the end on the preferred route? You see what I mean? I don't see that the questions we are going to ask would add input to make the right choice. I think it is important to identify what are the pros and cons of each view.
But if I may, and if this helps, I don't think that this is a black and white question that we should put forward to the roundtable. It will result from what we hear, from the concerns that people have with respect to firm culture and governance, but the concerns that they have about how we are going to do the work, what it means for the firms to implement, and etc. And that will be a cocktail of information that we will have to process, I think, and take the conclusion about what's the best approach, what better serves the public interest, and not exactly put that as two alternatives, black and white, yes or no, because this may lead to, also because it's early days, and we need to process all the information. But yes, it should be in our spirit when listening to the concerns, to the contributions in the roundtables. So I think that with this, the preference is to make a break so that we can listen to the second part of the last part of the presentation properly and not thinking about the coffee. So we will break, and I'm sorry, but I'll cut the break dramatically to 15 minutes because we are really late. So, well, 15, a little bit more. We will come back at, say, 11:25. Okay, it's a little bit more than 15 minutes. It's sorry?
18 minutes. Now 17.
Now 17, yeah, 17 minutes.
No, I think you're right, Suchan.
Okay, I think that we are all here. Thank you for being back on time. And apologies again for having reduced the time of the break, but we are running late. So now it's time for the last part of the presentation on the firm culture and governance projects. This is about the communications plan that is being developed and already put in place for this purpose. And for that, I'm gonna hand over to Dave. Okay, Dave, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see everyone here today. I had a really good joke about Rui throwing me under the bus to end the last session before the break way late, but now we've started fresh with me, so that doesn't work. And I don't have a follow-up joke. Anyways, we will keep this brief. A lot of time, most of you have seen me present here before and talk about the various tactics we use when it comes to projects. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but I wanted to talk about, I can't get this thing to move. I wanted to talk about what's different here and what Rui brings to the table and allows us to do. I think that you've seen how we've carried forward projects in the past, and a lot of the tactics don't change. But once Rui came in, we were able to embrace some new ideas and some strategies, and a lot of that we'll talk about later this afternoon. But I wanted to focus on a few that of the big changes I think that you're going to see start with firm culture and governance. First of all, early coordination is probably the biggest takeaway here. And I not only want to thank the comms team for that, but also thanking the project team, Jeff, Chana, and the others. You know, it's critically important that we're able to, from a comms perspective, come in the beginning of these projects and really understand, you know, the big picture, what the mission is, what our objectives are, and be a part of not only the discussions that just happened here, but the ones, you know, when we're not all meeting face to face, so we can understand the context, so we can build a better story for you. So again, I want to thank the project team for that. One of the things that Rui and I talked about and started doing now that he's on board are building out specific project comms plans. And so this is a new strategic priority for us. And I think coupled with being able to start from the beginning with the projects teams, this will allow us to be more thoughtful about how we tell the story, which you know, which outlets, which tactics we use, and I think the key here is it's not taking us from being reactive to proactive, but more importantly, it allows us to be both effectively. And for IESBA projects, and especially the ones that are you know, more nuanced and have a bigger audience, it's important for us to be able to do that. We saw that with sustainability recently, being able to quickly pivot to being reactive to some of the news. So what does this allow? Oh, sorry. So this is also important to us. I'm sorry. It'll also be a key to our projects that we'll build in our KPIs. So that's another thing that I think with a more built out comms team, we'll be allowed to be more purposeful with. The KPIs that we'll follow, the metrics we'll build through our online, our website, and our external media relations. We'll be able to figure out exactly what is working, what's not working, and then further craft the message. So that's essentially it for our comms plan. I mean, as you'll see on the slide, we've got the overall objective, but we're going to go with the tried and true things that have worked in the past. We're going to leverage our channels, LinkedIn, YouTube, our website. We have the centralized digital hubs. That's our focus pages, one-stop shop for all of our audiences to come and learn about the projects. And then stakeholder outreach. We'll engage with traditional media, support the communications needs of leadership and staff through the roundtables, most importantly, the public consultation, and then the milestones along the way, the whatever non-authoritative materials or authoritative materials that the board chooses to push out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave and comms team, for the presentation and for the work. Actually, I think that the most important thing here is to ensure a proper interaction and coordination between the technical team and the comms team. As we have discussed many times here, mostly with respect to sustainability, but it is true for everything. Everything that we do is only important if it's well communicated and properly conveyed to our stakeholders. If not, it becomes much less useful or unuseful. And on the other hand, putting things on the other side, we need to hear from stakeholders and engage properly with them. And this takes good communication. As Luigi was pointing out a few minutes ago, we need to tell our stakeholders in a very clear way what we want, what we are going to do, where are we heading for, what's the purpose, and etc., so that the feedback and input is meaningful and relevant for what we do. So this is really an instrument to uphold and enhance the quality of engagement and ultimately the quality of our products and our contribution to the public interest. It's really important. So, Chana, Jeff, and group, I think that we can conclude here. Do you want to have some final words? I'd also like to say something, but before that, I'd like to hear from you. And I don't know if Janine has something that do you want to come in now? Yeah. Okay, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have a couple of comments to make. I save them for now, for last. Yeah, very good discussions on this very important project. With a lot of valuable input from the board members that is also relevant for the roundtables. So I'm also very curious what will come out of the roundtables. But I also like to make already some comments, some in relation to what was said this morning, but some others also more with a view on the whole project going forward from a PIOB perspective. To start with, a few comments based on the comments that were made. I'm not going to repeat all the good input given because that's will not add any value. But I want to highlight one thing. There was a discussion on SMPs, small firms versus larger firms. I want to highlight that this project is also relevant for small firms, to keep that in mind, as there could be other type of issues in sole practitioner firm or firm with only a few partners, who set and determine actually the tone at the top and also take a lot of the decisions themselves. And there are not the checks and balances you would have in a larger firm with a whole full board. And often also that can be at an office level, these issues already in leadership. Together with, you have a firm level, but you also have offices. So it's also something to keep in mind. So scalability, of course, but principle-based, that would cover all. But it's also very relevant, I think, also for small firms, this project. Comments were made about what is actually meant by principles-based and whether it is a principles-based framework, etc. Relevant comments, good discussion. Yeah, the code, in my view, is also principles-based, but it also has prohibitions, and it doesn't rule out that or clear requirements. So the key objective, I think, of the new standard should, in my view, be having requirements that create an ethical culture and ethical decision-making, including at top leadership level, because that's where it starts, all of this. It's the leadership that actually decides on this or drives this at the top level. And this should then drive the consistency in ethical behaviors in practice at all levels in the network, and not only the audit firm, but also the network, to prevent actually this compliance check the box exercise that you don't want, that would be the outcome of the project. So clarity and enforceability, in my view, are also important if you look at how to draft the framework for culture and governance. Also with a view to when it's about the audit firm in the network, that regulators could also maybe have to play a role and could play a role in enforcing or driving also the implementation of this in their jurisdictions. So these two qualitative characteristics under the PIF are very key. More broadly, some views from the PIOB perspective on the whole project. Yeah, we discussed that there is actually sort of one overarching question around the hot topic nowadays on PE investments, and that is how it's connected to this project on firm culture governance. Also, of course, what we're going to discuss later, the alert on private equity. And as I said yesterday, when you look at the CIFs and pension funds consultation paper, there are also some, when it comes to independence issues that are also relevant if you look at the PE investments those kind of independence issues. So how do you make clear how all these three work streams actually what they are doing towards, or what you're doing towards this PE investments as a whole, more holistically, and in the final paper on culture and governance, there is this clear message that the project is legal structure neutral and and that it addresses or should address the potential adverse impacts of any legal structure. So the partner firm has also could also potentially have adverse impacts, just like PE investments, and they're only different, but should be part of this project. So that is not what we want to say, oh, that's not a good starting point. We like that idea, that we think that's a good thing, that you have this legal structure neutral aspect in this firm culture and governance project. But on the other hand, to communicate to the outside world how all these things, what you're doing on PE investments, how they are connected, is maybe also something to take into consideration. And it's also important that the project, after the tables and the input you get from that, moves into the direction of the qualitative criteria of the PIV, and that it also addresses specifically the effective application of the new standard by non-PAs in the firm, so in the networks, which is quite challenging, I think, if you think about that, because, the firms, they're composed of highly regulated auditors on the one hand, and mostly unregulated other service lines. And the understanding of the code among them is very different. So the implementability of the new standard is therefore also an important qualitative characteristic, we think. The challenge is how to incorporate the framework, the corporate governance framework of culture and governance framework, into the extant code, which addresses mostly professional accountants, in such a way that it will impact the behaviors in practice in the whole firm or the network firm, and that it will not be a compliance check the box exercise, is what I said before, but this is also what was discussed at the PIOB. And regarding how to create ethical leadership at the top leadership level, including incentives, without embedding ethical principles in the firms or network firms strategy is the key, because the strategy in the end is what firm leadership is working towards to, and owners of firms, if they're not a partnership, the strategy is very key. So to connect the ethics to the strategy, to really see in practice the outcomes of the project that you expect and want to see, is very important. Another challenge, but you have already put things in place, and I'm happy to see those on the cooperation with the IESBA, is around how to make it operable, the corporate governance, culture governance framework, I should say, with the ISQ1. That's also an important one. A lot of coordination is, I think, required, and you have that already put in place, that you want to do that, and that's good. And in terms of the timeline, it's also important that you as a board affords yourself the appropriate time to ensure amendments to the code can be implemented effectively, so it will actually drive the expected ethical behaviors. On the other hand, timeliness of the project is also an important aspect, considering also the PE investment discussions in the sector and in the regulatory community, which is a hot topic. So there is this taking the time to really come with a good new standard, but on the other hand, there is also a little bit of the pressure that the importance of this project is also there. So yeah, these were the comments on behalf of the PIOB. So thank you, and I hope that the roundtables will give you all very good input on all the things you discussed this morning as well. Thank you.
They will for sure, Janine. Thank you very much. Just getting a little. Thank you very much for the PIOB contributions. That of course will be taken on board. Let me just go a little bit back. I did not want to preclude any possible questions or comments on the communications presentation, but it went in a way that I did not give you the opportunity. So if anyone still wants to contribute on that or to make any question or comment on the communications plan for Farm Culture and Governance or have any suggestion, please do. Well, if not, thank you very much to you all once again, and I'm gonna hand over to Jeff. I'd like to say a few words at the end of this discussion, but please.
Not a lot more to add. I just want to thank everyone for your feedback. They've been very helpful and certainly some food for thought in terms of how we're going to progress into some of the PIOB's comments as well. The project team will be looking very closely at the relevant qualitative characteristics of the standard that's been identified as relevant to this particular project. So we will, of course, measure ourselves as we develop those standards. Yes, we are looking forward to the roundtables. We will get a lot of views, a lot of feedbacks, different kind of views, and the challenge is be able to analyze all this in a way that makes sense to this board. So some information potentially would be more useful for the NAM, and others might be more useful for the standards. And as we've heard this morning, I think the trick, as we mentioned before, is really setting, from a standards perspective, setting a standard that's at the right level, not too high level, but also not too prescriptive, whether we call it principles-based framework or framework of principles. Ultimately, it is setting it at the right level, whether with requirements or how many requirements or those sort of things. So that's something the project team will start looking at. We won't just look at it right at the end of the roundtable, which is end of April. We'll start looking at that and discuss amongst the project team and also with the board advisors as well. And we will, if possible, we will reach out to other board members that some of you are keen to provide some additional assistance and comments and feedback. We'll do that as well. So thank you again for this opportunity and to give you an update and for all the feedback. So Gabriela, pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Very, very quickly, because this was a substantial discussion and because we need to be sure that we take away from this conversation what we need. I think that there were no conclusions here, but the level of contribution in different ways and from the different perspectives was in itself very enriching. And I hope that, and I'm sure that the project teams will take them on board. I think that there are three topics around which the two project teams and the board advisors will want to dive in, which is, as Jeff mentioned, the qualitative characteristics of this framework or of the standards or whatever. If it's more principles-based, purely principles-based, guidance, no guidance, and etc. With which kind of words we need to use to make sure that we are doing what we are saying that we do and things like that. This is one of them. The other one is, and it includes other things like calibration, around which I think that everyone was more or less in agreement that there must be some kind of calibration where we will set the criterion, etc. That's still to be seen. But another topic is the guidance, NAM, and standard setting. And here we heard different things because some of you mentioned what kind of specific guidance to the standards should or should not be developed. A different thing is the kind of guidance that, at least for now, is being foreseen by one of the project teams, the non-project teams, and the work that it has been done. It will do. Keeping in mind this principle of not overriding any conclusions with respect to future standards, it would be really important and useful to hear from you, and Cam challenged you to suggest matters, areas, materials that we could develop as the standards are being developed, and which might help not precluding any conclusions, but helping stakeholders and ourselves reflecting on some topics, raising awareness, collecting information, feedback, and etc. And this is going to be very important for these standards once they are out, so that they do not come out as something in the vacuum, or that we have not considered enough, and that we have not engaged enough with stakeholders. So I think these are the most strategic things that we need to address and move forward. The other one, and of course, you would be surprised if I would not make a mention in that direction, is what Mark started by saying, first intervention, which is stakeholders are eager, anxious to see what are you going to do. And lowering a little bit this anxiety will probably take us to move a little bit faster or in phases, and be able as soon as possible to provide some kind of examples or some kind of samples or some kind of strawman or whatever, so that we can test what we want to do with this board and with stakeholders as well. I don't want to put too much pressure on that, but I think it's important as we move to start testing the different possibilities with the board. So that takes a little bit of attention and movement as well. And with this, if the project teams and the board advisors don't want to say anything else, Chana, do you want to close this?
Thanks, Gabriela. No, I think thank you everyone for all your feedback and comments, and we'll take all of that into consideration. I think we have to trust the process. I have been involved in the tax planning roundtables and the sustainability roundtables, and we got a lot of rich feedback and information from that process. And then after that, the path becomes a bit more clearer. So I think in some sense we have had a lot of discussions much earlier in this process compared to tax planning and sustainability, but it's very valuable. And I think once we go to the roundtables, I think we'll be ready for a much better discussion in June. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to all of you, and we will move now to the next topic on the agenda. And the next topic on the agenda is an update from the EIOC, which includes a proposal or a draft proposal for a staff alert on private equity investment, which, sorry? Oh, key points. Okay, just key points on this future staff alert. The topic of private equity investment, as we see, was already raised here a few times. Stakeholders, and this is just to share my experience with you. Everywhere we go, or I go, the questions about and the interest and the focus on private equity investment is huge. And there is an expectation that this board does something. One of my last conversations at the PIOB, they were the IOSCO, very, very much interested in the topic. Janine raised it as well as an important topic that we cannot completely disconnect from the rest. At the IOSCO, the comment was, yes, we understand that you need to be cautious and not move too fast, but don't move too slow, because it can be too late if you don't, as an ethics board, don't say something. So we really should focus on this staff alert and try to do the best. And I'm going to pass the floor immediately to Vania. Okay, Vania, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. We know that this topic is very important, and everyone is looking forward to hear what we have to say. We've been discussing it more or less for the last 3 meetings, and so people are anxious, we will try to provide at least some key points to be considered in the elaboration of the staff alert. Okay. We'll be covering the IOC specifically as a committee, its mission, its composition. We are glad to public welcome 2 new members to IOC since the December meeting, which is Christelle and David. They are much welcome to join Rania, Majid, and I in this group. Which is very important for us because being a global standard setter, we must have ears and eyes everywhere in order to make sure that every reality is taken into consideration. In the staff level, we are fortunate to count with Jan and Linda, and David Johnson has been taking part in our meetings as well. And also Joanna, that is helping us in order to bring the support for you. And lately, we were fortunate enough to have Rich Husking as an advisor for this topic specifically. Last meeting in February online, he was generous in providing us such a simple explanation of private equity that even I was able to understand what is the problem connected to that. About IOC, next slide, please. Just to remember, the purpose of IOC is exactly to follow what's happening and to be, as Ken says, an antenna that is able to anticipate eventual problems that the board can be alerted about and establish a proper consideration on how to deal if these identify a problem. Lately, the only topic in our agenda is exactly private equity investment. And so without further ado, I'll pass the floor to Linda that will run the topic with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanya. And I know that we're tight on time, so we'll try to run through this very concisely. All right, so private equity investment in accounting firms, we refer to it as PEI. So if you hear me say PEI throughout, you'll understand. This is not a new topic for the board, but I want to provide some highlights since it has been a while since this topic has been discussed in this particular forum. So why are PE firms interested in accounting firms? PE investment has significantly impacted the accounting industry by introducing business-like operations. So PE firms like low-risk companies with repeat business. So accounting firms are the perfect portfolio companies for these PE firms. Now, while PE firms bring accountability and discipline that lead to higher profits and partner income, they also face challenges in understanding the ethical expectation of the accounting profession. For example, everyone understands the concept of confidentiality. I think, David, this kind of goes back to your issue about lying. You know, we all have different degrees, but everybody understands the concept of confidentiality, but the code has a specific subsection dealing with this construct that the PEI firms or the PE firms may not necessarily be familiar with. So that's something they'll have to consider. Also, the concept of auditor independence would be something new for the PE firms to deal with. Now let's change the perspective. Why are accounting firms interested in receiving PE investment? Well, some have said it's like a shot of life. It's an energy drink, essentially. After receiving PE investment, they're able to use PEI for the following: technology and innovation, which is going to bring in new recruits, new opportunities, staff and management changes, succession planning, which has been lacking in S&Ps. We've seen a lot of S&Ps that just had to fold because they didn't have other opportunities. Now there is a succession plan for them. There are other benefits as well, but these enhancements would make the firm more competitive. So during this session, John and I will share highlights about private PEI and walk through key matters that we intend to address in the staff alert. I want to echo Vanya's comment. I want to thank Rich Hoiskin for serving as an advisor to this work stream and invite him to provide input at any point throughout the presentation. So not putting you on the spot, Rich, but anytime you want to mention something, please feel free. The board paper for this agenda item was designed to give members an understanding, a basic understanding of the PEI issue and to set out points that we intend to address in the staff alert. The paper is not a proposed staff alert, so we're not asking for approval today. So maybe you need to change a perspective a little bit because what we are looking for or inviting are your comments and feedback about the direction of travel and the key points that we want to draw to the attention of those who may be considering PE investment. After receiving your comments, Jean and I will work with Rich to develop a staff alert, which will be shared later. All right, so we always hear about the growing trend of PEI, and yes, it is a growing trend. What we have on this slide are several jurisdictions that have seen significant increases in PEI. It's a trend that's been increasing or growing significantly over the past 5 years. It's going to continue to grow. The Netherlands, Belgium, and Sweden are really active right now. You may note on the map that there's nothing, you don't really see anything in Asia. However, I can speak personally and say that there are transactions happening in Asia. A lot of the transactions are not public, so it's difficult to get good numbers on the true activity. In November of 2024, David Madden from IFAC reported to the Stakeholder Advisory Council on the market overview of PIE. He noted that there had been approximately 140 transactions as of November 2024. Okay, 140 transactions, PEI transactions around the world as of 2024. When I spoke to David recently, he shared that that number has increased to more than 350. 140 in September, 350 in January. So as you can see, it is rapid increase. And it's funny because when we started discussing this topic about a year ago, we talked about the need to raise awareness about PEI, and IESBA wanted to put something out to raise awareness. Fast forward to a year now, and it's not about raising awareness anymore. Everybody is aware. It's about getting information out there so people have a consistent approach and a clear understanding of the ethics and independence obligations. All right, so the next slide is about stakeholder engagement. Jean and I and Rich have been gathering information to better understand the ownership models in different countries. Kind of like with CIVs and pension plans, it's different in every country. We met with individuals working for firms that have received funding. We attended a PE summit in November. We've met with financial market regulators in the Netherlands, which is an active jurisdiction for PEI. In fact, Gabriella and Ken also met with those regulators with the AFM recently, not to just discuss PEI, but other matters. But PEI was on the agenda, and we feel like they're a very good source of information, and we want to continue to develop the relationship with the AFM in the Netherlands. We've also been tracking the AICPA's progress with their development of guidance or a discussion memo on alternative practice structures, which include PEI. It's important to note that the task force released their discussion memo yesterday, so you may want to take some time to review it. Also, there have been releases on PEI from IFER, from UK FRC, and from others around the world. So Dave and Rui will continue to provide us with content from the Meltwater tool to inform our understanding of the matter. So understanding the nature of PEI, I'm not going to get into this too much, but just really there are three main forms of transactions. One would be direct investment from a private equity firm in exchange for shareholding in an accounting firm. The other could be direct investment from multiple private equity firms who would each have a minority interest in an accounting firm. Then there's direct lending arrangement, which we haven't seen as much of that, but we'll see if it increases in the future. So those are the different types of transactions. But then also what happens when these firms receive PE investment, you see a lot of growth through acquisition. So we see what are called platform firms, and they have a lot of the services and everything within these larger platform firms. And you have the tuck-ins, I think, that are the smaller, more boutique firms that are pulled under those platform firms. All right. So on this slide, it's really the structure of the PEI model. This is just one example. This is a basic example. You can find much more complex structures, but we just wanted to help you kind of have a visual aid. The basic business model is that the PE firm would purchase an interest in the non-attest audit or the non-attest function of the accounting firm, which is down at the bottom in the blue box, and you have to kind of go through a few things to get there. The attest function would continue to be owned by the CPA partners. All right, so in most cases, the attest function would continue to be owned by the CPA partners, who would also have an ownership interest in the non-attest function. Now, it's important to note that jurisdictional laws and regulations may dictate the requirements of accounting firm ownership models. For example, we have seen some jurisdictions in which PE investment is allowed in the audit firm. Now, we do note that in that specific jurisdiction, even though PE investment is allowed in the audit firm does not perform any PI audits. So they're all non-PI audits. But that's more the exception than the rule. Rich, I don't know if you want to add anything here or you want me to just go into.
Yeah, I think the board has seen presentations,
Yeah.
which we were very appreciative of from the AICPA's task force under their peak that's working on a project. And in that, you will recall seeing diagrams that like this and actually vastly more complicated. This is the simplest way to illustrate the concepts that Linda's referring to. But the number of entities, as you look at a PE and spread it out across and move down, can be quite large. And that's a factor that has to be thought about in terms of evaluation of relationships and et cetera. But this basic structure helps illustrate the points, particularly the points that have to be considered under the code, like network firm, related entities, et cetera. Thanks.
Thanks. Now we're going to get into we're actually going to start talking about what we're planning for the staff alert. So please, if you would pay close attention, and at the end, you can provide us with any comments or feedback you might have on our intended direction or key topics. So our plan is to identify specific scenarios that firms may encounter when considering or accepting PE investment. We would then set out relevant areas of the code and how they would be applied to the circumstances. We don't want to be advising accounting firms on the transactions, but we do want to clearly set out the ethics and independence implications to help them deal with the challenges along the way. We've had suggestions to consider using graphics in the staff alert to make it more useful. For example, decision trees to help firms work through the issues. And we welcome any other suggestions that you may have on how to make the staff alert a valuable tool rather than we don't want to just basically copy and paste parts of the code into the staff alert and just have a very general scenario. So we want to make this something that's going to be useful for the accounting firms, but also we recognize that the PE firms are going to be interested in this staff alert as well. So we want it to be comprehensive enough that they can gain some value from the staff alert. All right, so we're planning on 4 main sections in the staff alert. One is for professional accountants who own public accounting firms. And that section is going to be from like a business perspective, from them operating the firm and what they have to consider when they are assessing a potential PE transaction. The second main section is for professional accountants performing professional services, which could be tax, advisory, and so on. So that's really their perspective when performing professional services and what they need to consider. The third section, which Jean will cover, pertains to independence. And then the final section would deal with other considerations. So 4 main sections. I'll briefly cover the first 2 now. Jean will go into not more detail, but I think hers has a few more points than mine, but she'll go into the independence considerations and we'll lightly touch on other considerations as we wrap up. So let me move to the next slide. So as you'll see on this slide, we've highlighted general considerations for accounting firms to consider from an operational perspective. This kind of aligns with Part 2, essentially, of the code. And topics within Part 2 of the code would include conflicts of interest, inducements, and pressure to breach the fundamental principles, in addition to other topics. One point that has emerged in different meetings is concern about a PE firm's influence on audit partners' compensation, the budgeting process, quality management, training, and other business imperatives. So we want to find a way to include those in the staff alert in a way that can be effectively utilized. So next, we've got ethical considerations applicable to professional accountants in public practice. So this is regardless of the services they offer. So if you look at slide 11, and this kind of aligns with Part 3 of the code, you're going to see that it does include some of the same points as Part 2, but it's going to be from a different lens. Whereas when in the previous section, we're going to be looking at issues from a business operational perspective. This is going to be from the professional services perspective. If I'm a PA performing professional services and I'm thinking about PE investment, what do I need to consider with my different engagements? So these are different sections of that part of the code, Part 2, Part 3. It doesn't mean we're going to cover each one of them in our staff alert, but I want to draw your attention to these. So I'll now turn over to Jean to deal with the next section.
Thanks, Linda. Let me just sit closer. Can I just grab that? Thanks. So obviously, the next step would be to consider the independence considerations. That speaks to those firms that provide audit and assurance engagement. So that would be dealing with Part 4A and Part 4B of the code. So before actually going into detail exactly of how you would evaluate that, I think it's important to identify key definitions and aspects that a professional accountant or a firm needs to consider when they have these types of investments in their firm. So the first one is how the firm is defined within the code. So the code defines a firm as a sole practitioner, a partnership, or a corporation of professional accountants. That's nice and clear. But bullet 2 and 3 actually says it's also the entity that controls such parties or entity controlled by such parties. So it's up and down. So defining what a firm is very important. The next section is what is a network firm? Again, the code stipulates exactly when larger firm structures are formed and when this is actually constituting a network firm. The code provides nice detail around, and it's actually paragraph R400.53, exactly what are those circumstances that would this larger structure constitute a network. And based on the facts and circumstances, a professional accountant would need to evaluate whether a network firm is created. It's important to note that this is from the perspective when it's an audit firm. The third component is who is the engagement team members, who's the audit team members, and the assurance team members. Because this is differently defined within the code. So you need to determine who is the engagement team members, part of the firm, who is actually as part of the audit team. Because it's not just those professional accountants that is performing the engagement, but it also extends wider. So, and it's included within the paper exactly those definitions. I'm not going to go through that in detail. The following components is the financial interest,
which deals with Section 510, which is when holding a financial interest that in an audit client, that it might create a self-review threat. Similarly, with close business relationships that's set out in Section 520 of the code, where that might be created a self-interest or intimidation threat. And equally again, when you have personal and close relationships with family members or other types of relationships that might create also a self-interest, a familiarity or intimidation threat. So it's very important to determine how the firm is defined in a network firm and all the parties that's involved in understanding these interest relationships and circumstances. The staff alert won't be able to touch on every single scenario out there. So it's important to provide the professional accountant with these tools to determine how the process they need to follow to evaluate based on the facts and circumstances on what would be applicable. We've heard during the CIV project as well that this is a very changing environment. So it's possible that from 1 month or 1 week to the other, that there's new parties becoming involved, new portfolio companies being invested in. So when there's a P investment within a firm, it's very important to be aware of all of the changes, facts and circumstances, because that might be a change in a relationship or the types of services that need to be provided. The next 2 slides I'm going to really run through quickly because this is contained within the document. But the question that you might have asked is, why do we talk about the private equity investment in an audit firm? Because we predominantly spoke about it when it's within the non-audit firm. This is because we did see with some jurisdictions, and Linda alluded to that there has been some investment within an audit firm. We have seen that this is mostly non-controlling. So it does not mean they don't have a majority interest, but I think it would be prudent just to include what would be the case when there is a control. And when there's control, it's based on the facts and circumstances that it might be that the private equity firm could be considered as part of the audit firm. And then that would mean that the private equity firm needs to be independent of all audit and assurance engagement clients or review clients as well. So, and also you would need to determine based on the portfolio companies whether you would be able to be provided services or whether there's other things that you need to be independent from. Equally, when it's non-controlling, there's not necessarily a direct, you need to apply the conceptual framework to determine if there's any threats to that type of engagement. And again, also to the next level on the portfolio companies. This bottom part is in that little brown block as well is again is also important to determine is not just the firm but also those individuals, the audit team and the assurance team members, that they are also required to be independent and how that is dealt with. The next slide deals with when the private equity firm invests in a network firm of the audit firm. Equally, when there is control, we've seen this. What would that mean? Also, the comparison when there's no control, a lot of minority interest by multiple private equity firms, what would that mean? And applying the conceptual framework. And also, again, the individuals that need to be considered. What is also very key is the service level agreement between the non-assurance, the non-audit firm, as well as the audit firm, because that would dictate what is happening between the audit firm and the non-audit firm. It might be who sits on the board or certain services has been supplied to the audit firm. And I think Linda also alluded to some of those aspects as well. So that service level agreement is also key and to be considered by the professional accountant. Document covers other aspects that's also within the code that need to be considered. The related entity definition, Rich just mentioned that as well, as when a related entity, when that would be part of the audit client to be evaluated. Business relationships I spoke about, financial interest I spoke about, and again, also non-assurance services. When a non-assurance service is provided either to a portfolio company or an audit client, if there's any threats to the independence to need to be considered. And other aspects is those loans or guarantees that's provided, whether there has been employment previously with the audit client as well. The other one is director or officer, or also if personnel is being lent to those clients. So before we close off, and I ran through this very quickly, the purpose that we really want to seek the board's comments is, have we covered all the elements that need to be erased to in the staff alert, if there's anything that's missing or anything that needs to be further clarified as well. I do want to thank also for the advanced comments that we received. We will be taking that on board as we develop the staff alert.
I think I'm going to go one more slide. Sorry, and then I'll turn it over to Gabriella to drive. We did point out that we are planning for a fourth main area, which would be other considerations, and we've noted those here. We haven't really developed the points for those areas, so we welcome your comments on that. Also, there is definitely the recognition that there is a relationship between PEI and firm culture and governance. I think it was decided last year that PEI would not fall within the firm culture and governance project because it potentially could dominate a lot of the conversation. So that's why Jean and I and Rich and the EIOC are all working on this part. But we've collaborated with the FC&G team, and we'll continue to do so, and probably we'll amp that up now that we kind of start to get more information. But wanted to just point out that we're well aware of the fact that culture plays into PE transactions. So Gabriella, please, thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda and Jean, for your presentation. This is already a significant amount of work and reflection. As we mentioned, this is a burning topic where all the stakeholders are asking us to focus and do some work. So this is really relevant. Also a very difficult one, I must say. And that's why, Linda, when you mentioned that it was decided last year not to include this in the firm culture and governance project, of course, there are more than obvious links between the two, but at the end they are slightly different. They bring different challenges, and this is a little bit early days to dive into these private equity investment issues in a way that could allow us, in principle, to develop standards and robust guidance and etc. We need to see still, and despite all the great and significant amount of information and experiences already collected, this is a very recent phenomenon which is developing very fast, as you mentioned, Linda. The numbers are growing, but we still need to see which problems and which opportunities this brings, and mainly when they achieve their exit deadline or moment, what is going to happen if the problems will be enhanced, leveraged, or reduced, or whatever. So it's good to take a cautious approach, even if we know that as an ethics standards board, we could not stay away from this topic, and that's why this option or this proposal to develop a staff alert to be issued very soon, I think it was the right one. Just one small comment from not comment information from my side, because I think it was missing in the slide, and it's important. We met in Amsterdam with a regulator, but also with the professional organization, and discussed this with both. So we had the perspectives from both sides, not only from the regulator and their experience, but also from the observation and the considerations. Very valuable, by the way, and very thoughtful, that we received from NBA, which is the name of the professional organization. So I'm now going to open the floor to the board for comments, questions, suggestions, etc. Mark, the front runner.
Thank you. This is a really important subject and a really fascinating one. And one of the challenges is that because of the pace with which it's developing, we've got to make sure that we aren't writing guidance or anything else that dates extremely quickly. I do think, and you touch on it in the proposed scoping of the guidance you want to develop. A fundamental question to my mind is, does any investor effectively trigger the sort of covered person, covered member criteria? And I think that that is probably the thing that people ask about a lot. So we need to sort of perhaps explicitly think about covering that off and what its implications are, because one of the challenges is how the ethical and independence requirements in the code may apply to potential investors in an audit firm. I think the other thing, although we can't say what the answer is yet, you did touch on the fact that we've not seen exits yet. And, you know, generally what will happen, well, it could be a PE to PE sale, or it could be an IPO of a non-attest business. And those will bring with it. What I'm trying to say is that I think there are huge opportunities from attracting investment into audit firms, and I think that that's a really positive thing. But it's sort of incumbent on us to try and get to a position where our guidance helps people to do so without creating a whole avalanche of breaches and issues, and we can help people navigate the landscape to effectively identify the threats and to address those before they become an issue. So I think this is extremely important. You're absolutely right to make the close link to audit firm culture and governance, because any transaction can directly impact on the governance of an entity, and that's a really important one. So I think, you know, this is an area we absolutely have to be in, and we just have to sort of keep one eye forward, because things are going to continue to change at pace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So, Linda, can we move with some other comments, or do you want to respond?
I do want to share, actually, because Mark mentioned exit plans. There have been two firms that we're aware of that have transitioned over or experienced the exit plan. I don't know the first one, but the second one was the Citron Cooper transaction. So it's starting to happen. That's really the point I want to make, is it's starting to happen. So at least we're going to start to see, and we'll have people that we can go to gather information. So just wanted to share that.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Ivana and the rest of the working group, I just want to compliment you on the efforts that you've made to date. I mean, I'm stating the obvious, but this is an incredibly complicated area with lots and lots of diverse situations. I think you've done a really good job of working through the extant code and how you would work through, I think, the more common transactions. So really appreciate that. One of my comments is going to be, I think you have a very ambitious plan here. And I think it's important. You might consider, is this one project, or are there phases to this project? Because I do think, given how complicated this is, and even for, I think, large firms who have independence professionals and people who can spend a lot of time working through this, it's complicated for the larger firms. It's going to be very, very difficult for firms that don't have people that are dedicated, that live inside the code, that really understands the interoperability. And so getting information out, in particular on how you apply the code today in the more common situations, I think is going to be critically important, and then perhaps build on it. For example, Mark's comment about, you know, as we start to see exits, you know, does that lend itself to perhaps a subsequent phase? And I also think when you start talking about scenario building, that can be very, very difficult to do. I think it may be important, but just consider whether or not getting something out sooner that may not be as robust as you like, and then moving on might be an appropriate way to manage both having comprehensive information, but also getting something out quickly. The last comment I'm going to make is, and we talked a lot about conceptual framework yesterday. I think this is an environment where the conceptual framework is hugely important. Because clearly you're going to have situations where you can follow the interoperability of the code and get to an answer that has a clear right or wrong approach. But there's going to be lots and lots of aspects of this where there isn't going to be that clear answer. And so as we're thinking through, again, scenarios and examples, it might be helpful to think through when is an example of where somebody may need to look to the conceptual framework in working through to get to compliance with the fundamental principles and protecting the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for the comments and the suggestions, which I think are very welcome by the group. Thank you for that. Sadia, please.
I'm so glad I'm going after Nancy because I have a similar comment. So the word merger is only used once in the code, and it's actually used in the fundamental principles where you're looking at change in threat. But being mentioned once doesn't really pay tribute to how many considerations that come in your presentation. Thank you, has really illustrated that. I thought that the proposals you're making are very comprehensive. It's more ambitious than I thought we were going to be, and I praise you all for that. But at the same time, we need to get something out rather than try and wait for a perfect product. I thought the attachment 5A was a good start. A lot of the information that you would need for a staff alert has already been captured here, and we should leverage off that in order to make sure that we are getting that correctly. The slide on the world map kind of indicates that few jurisdictions are affected. But when you throw in that network firm question, that kind of gives you global coverage because a lot of the networks involved are actually across the globe. So I think that a lot of people are waiting for that question because we're waiting to see what happens in other jurisdictions. And then this is a bit of we didn't cover communication on this topic because we are a bit early, but I thought that this has potential for more communication than just a static staff alert. That I've appreciated presentations on this year, and it kind of gives life to how those formulations of those structures and understanding it a bit better. So as we're thinking about how we roll out this in the future, we might want to think about conversations that would be important.
Thank you very much, Sadia, and again for the suggestions. And we should really look at this suggestion of having more and better communications on the topic. Let me just also highlight what you said about the Annex 5. It's really welcome that the board members come in with some comments and considerations about what's in there, because it's what is going to serve as a basis for the upcoming work by the team. So any comments on that will be very welcome. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the previous comments. I had some of those ideas I wanted to mention too. I wanted to suggest to include as much factual information about the investments, the changes that we can tell subsequent to those investments, and especially if we have exit stories, to include what we can find about those, because the fears that we have in general, or people have in general with these investments, is the short-term pressures, the reduction of investment, training, and maximizing revenue at the expense of ethics. But the more factual we can get to show that that threat is real, that this has happened, that there are examples, it will make more sense for our alert to have meaning for potential investees or for regulators in terms of what safeguards they want to consider. It's not for us to provide those safeguards, but the more factual you can get, because maybe you can share what the industry said, but probably they're saying, no, we are about efficiency. There is a lot we can improve in these firms. They will be better firms. They will work better. And that discussion, I think we need to address it somehow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hector. Yes, I think that we already have some examples and some concrete stories that we might at least build upon. I think that we are collecting information not only about perceptions, and perceptions are important, but here we need to be sure about what is really happening. And we are hearing about impacts, positive impacts and negative impacts, which already translate in very concrete things. So yes, definitely we should build on them. Yohei?
Thank you, Chair. So, PE investment in firms is an important global issue, and I welcome the plan to issue the Stafford Act. And as I also recognized that the impact on the culture and governance is particular concern among stakeholders, and it's important that the IESBA work with Farm Culture Governance Project to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohei. Hector, do you want to come in again? Okay. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. I echo all the comments we have heard. And I think the step a lot could be very voluminous or comprehensive, but on the other hand, it should be easily understandable. So from that perspective, I think we need to define clearly the end users of the step alert. It could be used by investors, PE investors. So I believe we need to define clearly, depending on who they are and their knowledge. I think the details could be significantly vary. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sungnam. Chana?
Thanks, Gabriela. So I think very well done to the IOC and the project team. I think this is a very valuable resource. I have a couple of comments. The first one is on paragraph 27. You say that the private equity firm gets control of the audit firm. How does that work with the definition of firm in the code? Because a group of professional accountants need to be in control of the firm. So that's one question. And then another question is, in that structure you had the shared services where from the non-attest firm, if I understood it properly, all the audit employees are shared across. So then who are the actual employees in the audit part? There are none?
They're all, everybody, partners and everyone is leased from the
Okay.
non-assurance firm to the assurance firm, at least in the example we're talking about as the most common.
So if
the
there's-
partners have ownership, but they're also in the non-assurance firm.
So if there's audit failure, then who's responsible? The partners?
Partners.
So they're in the attest firm, at least the partners.
They're the owners of the attest firm. But they're also in the non-assurance firm as principals.
Okay. And so there is leeway to hold them accountable if there's audit failure.
Yeah, financially. And I presume enforcement wise.
Okay. Chana, thank you for the question, and Rich, thanks for the possible clarification. Mark, please.
Thank you. Sorry, Chana just reminded me of one other thing because of your question. And I think one of the things that's really important to cover off is there are two assessments really when you're looking at this. There's the difference between the legal form of whatever agreement is happening and the economic substance of the underlying transaction. And I think one of the things that leads to the line of questioning that Chana had started down is that we start thinking about the substance of the transaction and then we butt up against the fact that the legal form is different. And that I think if we're putting out an alert, we have to be very clear up front that this is a sort of fundamental consideration, because if you don't get that bit right, it's very hard to then say this is how we see the code applying in the context of one of these types of transactions.
I fully agree with you, Mark. Sunam? Okay. So, Linda, Jean? Nothing? Okay, so that's a very interesting, sorry? Oh, Tomoyo, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So for that 5A document on paragraph 53, it says PEI have a potential significant impact on culture and governance, but the proposal is not to include consideration to related to farm culture and governance. But when we talk about culture and governance in the other session, we say PI we will discuss here. So we have to make sure that it is connected because as you have said, this PEI has a significant impact on culture and governance. So we have to make sure it doesn't drop in the middle of the two themes. And especially like the culture and governance this will really impact and what we are working on the culture and governance side might not be sufficient if we take this into consideration. So I just want to make sure it doesn't fall between the two themes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. That's the advice that we have been hearing from many stakeholders, and of course we will try to be as cautious as possible to make sure that there is a strong connection between the two projects without allowing one to swallow the other, which can be really the result. And also, again, there are different levels of maturity, I think, with respect to the reality that we know, which is the one on farm culture and governance generally. We know the reality, the facts, and etc. Here, the reality is a little bit less clear. So I still think that it's important to treat them separately. Now, of course, the agreement that the board made was to keep it separate, and this was last year, but also to ensure some mechanisms to be sure to make sure that one informs the other. And the fact, for instance, that REACH is on both projects or on both sides is an element of confidence that the information and the concerns and the rationalizations on the both sides will be clearly connected. Still, the board will have here a role to play, and of course, we never put aside the possibility that in the future, having the two things merging, but for the time being, for the reasons that we mentioned in last year, it's needed. It's necessary to keep it separate. Still, your advice is very welcome, and will be taken on board. I don't know if anyone else. No. Okay, so. Let me just, I'm not going to go into any details, but from the conversations that myself and others have had with the stakeholders, there is very interesting information, which does not necessarily lead to any conclusion with respect to risks, opportunities, and etc. But there is very interesting information. One of them, and I'm going to refer to an example that we heard of a firm where there was a PE investment, and where some partners decided to leave because they said that they were not wanting to deal and to be subject to some changes, some pressures, some approaches to governance and to ethics and etc. And decided to leave. Maybe because of what Rich was saying, because they can be made liable and liable, financially liable, and I don't know if any other thing for these facts. But also other examples that we heard is that this kind of investment and bringing these firms or funds or whatever into the accounting firms sometimes has also some benefits. And I'm speaking just about governance, for instance, in terms of governance, because their experience and practices on governance, even if they are, we know, not the heroes of good governance, there is a culture of governance which can be imported, or that it's good for the firms to have that experience and to make some internal changes to put in place a few governance mechanisms. So we have, with some examples, I'm not going to go into the details, but what it takes for some partners and etc., how it sometimes changes the composition of the leadership in bad ways and in good ways. So these are very rich conversations, very interesting as well. But again, it's early days, and we don't have the sample is not stable enough for the IESBA outside to say let's go and let's develop standards or a framework or whatever. It's really about what this proposal or this suggestion that the IOC is making is really for the IESBA to take the code and see, okay, with this extant code, with these standards, what should we remind the firms that they should be aware of, they should be doing, they should be following when new and different challenges, let's call it like that, come in and may force them to take decisions and face dilemmas which were not familiar, to which they were not familiar before. Yeah, so that's it for it. That does not preclude any further action if we think it's needed, but that's what we agreed to do. And I think it's the balanced way and the balanced approach to, on the one hand, not shy away from doing what we need to do as an ethics board, but not going too fast and bold and start doing more than this in a field and in a matter which is really evolving, developing, and that we definitely don't know enough. I think that nobody knows enough. That's it. So, Ken, I suppose that you want to.
Yeah, I just wondered, Linda, if you made it very clear in terms of what the next steps are going to be.
Yeah, I just realized that it's up on the screen, but I didn't address them. So the next steps are we'll take back this good information and work to develop the staff alert based on what we've heard. We note, yes, scenarios are very important and developing them will be challenging, but we do think it's really important to be able to give the professionals, the PAs, the firms, a clear understanding of what the challenges may be and the applicable parts of the code. Anyway, we'll work on the staff alert and then we'll work to get that out. I think we're trying to get that out in Q2 of this year. So those are the next steps that we've set out.
Yeah, and what I would suggest, Linda, is that the staff team will work on this draft. We will plan to circulate this, first of all, to the IUC as a first port of call to collect some input from the IOC. And then that will go to the board sometime in April. And we will aim to have this finalized before the June board meeting and get it out to the market. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think that we have.
Yeah, just a couple of admin matters before we break for lunch. First of all, Astrid has circulated the link for the payment for the social activity this afternoon. So if you have not received the link, do let us know. And secondly, in terms of where we are assembling to head out, at the end of the day, the meeting time is at 5:10 at the Knickerbocker Hotel. So if you could all, those who are participating in the social activity anyway, if you could all aim to meet at 5:10 in the lobby of the Knickerbocker. Otherwise, if you would like to make your own way, you have the details, the address, etc., wherever we're meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good that everybody has warmed up the voice for this evening because we want to hear you sing. We already have the list of those who will be. Sorry, Janine. I'm so sorry, Janine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I also like to make a few points on the last agenda item on the staff alert. And the PIB supports the development of the private equity investment staff alert. The alert will be a useful document to highlight how to apply fundamental principles within a private equity investment structure, which brings additional challenges where practitioners and private equity investors have to consider interrelations with new related entities in analogy with the CIF project that we discussed yesterday. And it's key that not only the legal situation, but the practical situation should be taken into account by the auditor. So what I call as the principle of substance over form, but it was also meant by or said by Mark, when assessing any threats to the fundamental principles in light of his independence through applying the conceptual framework. And we think that that could be stressed more in the alert, that this is very important, particularly because of the empty shell audit firm versus the non-audit firm. And yeah, the way they structured it, but the practical situation should be guiding and leading, I think. It's important to stress this principles-based approach in the alert, including the fact that not all threats can be effectively mitigated by taking measures. And that's often the case in practice, that there are threats and they work on it, but they think they can mitigate everything, every threat. So I would also like to recommend to look into that and to give examples what cannot be mitigated by separate teams or an EQR or those kind of things that you see very common to be implemented. Because maintaining independence in appearance through the informed third-party lens is the guiding principle here, and that could also be emphasized in this respect. And the importance of including in the alert the private equity investment influence on audit quality, budgeting, reward and recognition, and other relevant drivers of audit quality also relates to this substance over form, but it's also very good, it was mentioned already, to be highlighted in the alert to make it more practical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine, and I apologize again. I had not seen your card. Thank you for that contribution. So with this, I think that we can close the session unless the group has something else to say. And we will come back in 1 hour, right? So we will be back at 1:15. Thank you. 55 minutes. See you soon. Okay, welcome back to the second part of the session of today. And for this afternoon, we have an update on technology from the World Technology Working Group, and we'll have an update from the communications team on the approach to communications of the IESBA, strategic communications. This is our agenda for this afternoon. Both topics of relevance, of big importance to us, even if very different. Just as a recap of the technology situation, we have a working group which is led by David Clark. Thank you very much, David, for your contribution over the years. We are not developing a project at this time, but still this keeps being a very important topic where we not only should make the best out of what we have done a few years before, not that many, not only with the standards, but also with non-authoritative material, which as far as I know, and we know, it's being used extensively, but also we need to keep very attentive to the evolutions and see if there is anything that we should, IESBA, that we should do as an ethics standard board. So David, the floor is yours to present. David and Jan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe we just flip to the next slide, please, quickly. Oh, it's got a new format. Very nice. Okay, it's not the one that I have. Excellent. All right, I'll try and work through that. So yeah, I just wanted to bring you some changes to the group. Tomoyo has joined us as part of the working group, so thank you very much for joining, Tomoyo. We've also got Paul and David Ray in there as well. On the staff front, the IESBA staff front, we've got also Ken joining us and also Joanne as well. So very, very able folks. And of course, we have Jeanne, Director Jeanne, congratulations, who's also a part of our working group as well. We'd just like to thank also Linda, who was previously working with us, and she's obviously focusing on many other projects. So she's given that now role to Ken. So the TWG and the Technology Experts Group have met 3 times since we last presented in June. That was August, November, and February of late. So this is our 5th presentation to the board over a couple of years now, maybe 2 and a little bit years. So thanks again for the opportunity. Just perhaps a reminder about the objective of the Technology Working Group. And it's a sort of 4-pillar approach as per our terms of reference. One is to sort of bring internal board education to everyone around this table. Also to make sure there's some environmental scanning and that we're informed. And that's where the role of the Technology Experts Groups come into play. And we'll bring you a little bit of that today too. Ad hoc analysis as well as part of the 4-pillar approach of technology impacts on other work streams, if you like. And I think you can probably conclude that technology being very pervasive throughout entire walks of life is probably pervasive through most of the projects that we've got currently running. And also the 4th one is to facilitate the implementation of the phase 2 report recommendations, which is probably a couple of years now, isn't it, since we introduced that to the world. Still very current and evergreen today. And so we're looking at, as part of that 4-pillar approach, how we contribute to bringing that to life through non-authoritative materials and various other technology, hopefully infused ways of doing so. So today, of course, we probably are going to bring a lot to you, which has still a focus on artificial intelligence, but also in how it intersects with data. I mean, data is pretty much everything throughout technology, and no more so than in the realm of artificial intelligence. So we'll bring you a little update on that. And just as we focus on sustainability, of course, and firm culture and governance, and rightly so, the world of technology moves on. It does not stop whilst we're focused on all these other work streams. And developments, of course, have been exponential. We'll bring a little bit of that to you today as well. It's important we keep an eye on the ball as a board on these developments. And so I'll provide an update from the TEG, what we've been speaking about there. In addition, Jeanne will provide a brief on the Technology Working Group's initiatives going forward in FY 2025, I should say. And we'll look briefly at new large language predictive models. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? AI, essentially. Alignment theory, which Jeanne will take us through. And we'll have an update from the Artificial Intelligence Summit in Paris. Next slide. Yeah, so Technology Experts Group, This is the sort of geographical spread, the diversity of the group on the screen here. There's a total of 8 in there. Since we last spoke to, we've had 2 new members of the technology experts group. One academic joining us from Latin America, and another from the African region with a firm in there. And their contributions have been very good thus far. And it's important, I think, as we look at the world of technology, that we look from a various markets point of view to understand exactly what's happening in there, because each of these lenses is important as we take this forward. We had a discussion in our technology working group meeting last time around about what we might do to sort of bring mainland China into the group as well. We'll probably have a little think about that tomorrow as well. We currently have 2 from China, but not mainland China, in Hong Kong. So it's something we're going to have to figure out as a technology working group in respect to how we do that. Obviously, in mainland China, there are lots of development going on in the AI space as they think about how to regulate that and bring that to the fore as well. Lots of innovation. Okay, next slide. All right, so the technology experts group have focused in the last meeting or 2 on these 3 topics. So I'll endeavour to bring these to the fore today. And these 3 topics are becoming a big deal, right? As companies, including firms, are full steam ahead in adding AI into their systems and processes, but ultimately, I think, into the financial and sustainability reporting ecosystem. So AI is pervasive throughout the ecosystem, so to speak. Our tech experts had some great insights to share, of course. First, they stressed how critical data quality was for the use of AI, since it's essentially everything that AI is based upon. Companies are starting to see how messy their data really is as they try to use AI. Not exactly a bad thing, because they're telling us that a lot of entities are making strides in trying to clean up the data by actually using AI at the same time. So they understand the boundaries of their AI now, and they're thinking about how better to organize their data and how better to clean their data. But at the same time, it's not all good. So there are some ethical questions that are raised about the use of AI when the foundry point data is not as great as it could be. And the TEG pointed out that there are lots of great discussions happening about AI ethics, but ultimately the folks need to know that they can't just blindly rely on or trust the outputs of AI. And Jean will talk a little bit about that in a development in respect of alignment theory. So they also pointed out, of course, that it's important to check those outputs, but at the same time, how do you check the outputs if the data in itself is not that great? So they pointed out as well that it's very important to repeatedly test AI systems and models, and also the data that sits behind it. But at the same time, there's such a vast quantity of data out there, and the field of AI, of course, is huge. It's very difficult to test everything. So at the end of the day, AI would probably, like humans, never be infallible as such. So the chat also touched upon artificial intelligence governance frameworks to ensure compliance with regulations and ethical AI use. In Hong Kong, it was brought to the fore that they're rolling out new laws on AI governance frameworks to provide guidelines for responsible AI use. The framework aims in Hong Kong to align AI adoption with the regulatory requirements like data retention and privacy and ethical standards. Many places, of course, around the world are still focusing on the principle-based approach. We're yet to see what Hong Kong will actually bring to the fore, but maybe there will be some principles-based approach in there as well. It was also seen in the UAE that who are making significant strides in technology advancements as a whole. Going back to your point earlier on, Gabriella, once the Middle East wants to do something, it happens pretty quickly, right? Particularly in the firm governance space as well. So they're looking at what they can do in the advancement of artificial intelligence. I think they see it as a segue to really bring them up to speed in that growth market and sort of close the gap between where that marketplace is and the rest of the world is. One of the leading AI firms in that region has worked with one of the big technology providers to develop a comprehensive AI-based framework for the UAE, and that will be implementing quite soon, I would think. Additionally, it's quite interesting to note that Dubai has in fact had an solely artificial intelligence university set up there since 2017. I think it was the first of its kind in the world. So there are some great advancements there. So in conclusion, in this first bracket of topic that we spoke about, using AI ethically requires careful consideration of data quality, validation of AI outputs, and auditing and monitoring of AI usage. By tackling these points, the technology experts group stressed, we can make sure that AI systems are transparent, accountable, and reliable, benefiting both organizations and their clients, and ultimately the public interest at the end of the day. They also focused a little bit on they honed in on ethical use of AI and data, and there were several points, I think, that they raised throughout the conversations that we had. They reflected on the significance of human in the loop. But as I sort of looked at this, and because of AI's reliability concerns, it's probably more practical to think about a perspective of having AI in the loop and much more involvement, I think, from humans as we learn to walk, if not run, with these technologies. So it was something that was brought to the fore to think about. They also told us that discussions are ongoing regarding ethical implications of AI, emphasizing the importance of not relying blindly, of course. One TEG member compared auditing AI uses within organizations to legal due diligence, where every step of the way has to be validated. Organizations adopting AI need to ensure that audits can comprehend the processes that sit behind the implementation of AI. And that's essential for maintaining transparency and accountability within the AI systems themselves. Concerns were also raised, I think, by our African member of the TEG around the traceability and explainability of data that sits within the AI systems, and a risk that there's a black box somehow created where the origin and accuracy cannot be verified. And this poses some notable ethical challenge and potentially leading to a lack of transparency and accountability at the end of the day. Jean will go through, of course, alignment theory in more detail, but maybe I can just touch upon it here. But there were concerns that emerged in the conversation around AI crafting responses, which are tailored really to the users of AI's desires rather than the factual accuracy. So you have this kind of similar trend going on in AI that's very much in the human space too, where a person would like to achieve something and they align with someone else's thought process. And once they achieve what they want to achieve, they then go on to talk about what they really want to talk about. So this is the kind of thing that's happening in the AI space. Again, not so surprising because these things are all programmed by humans at the end of the day. So we also focused on data protection legislation across various jurisdictions and the complications, if you like, with anonymizing and using client data. And there was this theory or thought process that even if you anonymize and use client data to create synthetic data, so artificial data that's cleansed of origin, you still require an explicit authorization to even do that before you then start to train AI using folks' data. So enhancing, but I think this was sort of balanced a little bit by the fact that enhancing AI quality can, of course, benefit public interest by improving audit quality, perhaps, for example, and reliability. However, this benefit does not negate the need for consent. explicit consent, and the ethical considerations and the compliance with data laws and protection laws. So transparency, ethics, and legal compliance are fundamental to serving the public interest in the AI development space and the practices that go along with it. Of course, the code sets out that you must get permission, explicit permission, to use a client's confidential information and data. So the various jurisdictions have looked at this, and in fact, in the UK, they are looking at this in some considerable way to understand what their regulations might say in this space. But it's quite clear in the code that the overarching principle is that authorization is needed. The third topic they looked at was data retention and privacy. On the subject of this, the technology experts group highlighted some more key points. Again, they mentioned the issue of traceability and explainability of data and how that impacts the ability to verify source, origin, and the date stamping of data over time, that is. And that raised concerns about how long data should be retained in light of data retention requirements and policies. I think it's important to consider the ethical implications as this affects privacy and security of data as well. And so the organizations in the use here need to balance the need for data retention to power AI, because it needs it eats data, of course, with the need to protect data privacy and security at the same time. The technology experts group also noted that the reliability of data might be influenced by the length of data retention, comparing shorter history data, if you like, with longer history data, which may raise concerns, of course, regarding reliability and its decision-making impact. In addition, as I think about those challenges, were also posed by data protection legislation in various jurisdictions as they tried to tackle this from various different lenses. And different regions, of course, have different laws and regulations in this space concerning data anonymization. The complication and creation of a standardized approach is quite challenging because of this. So it's important consideration for organizations as they navigate the complexities of the data retention policies. That's kind of what I've got in as an update from the technology experts group. Maybe I hand off to Jeanne, who I think...
David, sorry, before you hand over to Jeanne, I see that Christelle
yes,
has a comment or a question. It's maybe better to let her come in before we move to the next topic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's a punctual question. Did the expert group speak about the intellectual property issue in the ethical use of AI? And is there any appreciation that there is more risk with evolving AI than before?
I think it was mentioned inside. It wasn't specifically mentioned, but I think as you think about the origin and the traceability of data, it is a concern, right? Because one small mistake, if you like, in entering proprietary data to the system, it's very difficult to get out from then, right? And of course, AI uses that to produce its results going forward. So ring fencing of data is really quite important as we think about organizations as they use AI and for whatever reasons they want to use it. I hark back to the code a little bit here too. Just because something is made public, willingly, if you like, or accidentally, that doesn't mean that then provides a right to use that data if it's not, in fact, supposed to be in the public realm in the first place. So it's an interesting conversation. David?
Thank you, David. Maybe I'll just add a couple of things. So we did talk about it, Christelle, in our working group specifically. And what's really interesting when we talked about it, there's a dual dynamic that's happening globally. So on the one hand, you've got companies that are trying to put forth the fair usage perspective on data, and they're using it. And of course, there are lawsuits that are active in a number of countries around that. And then you've also got governments that are wrestling with whether or not They want to allow a greater expansion of fair usage. And we're seeing that, for example, in the UK, the government's actively going through this conversation because you've got this perception as well in some jurisdictions around, look, other jurisdictions are moving ahead. It's now a competitive disadvantage. So I think the point you raise is a very fair one, and I think we actively are aware of it. The challenge will be where regulation falls out and how that sits vis-a-vis the code with respect to explicit disclosure, like explicit approval to use. And if you don't get that approval, what does that mean? It's also interesting how there's an organization at the moment who's responded to the UK government's proposed approach and its current discussion, saying, actually, if we allow this expanded usage, then it erodes industries. And one of the industries that's being cited as an example is the creative industry, so music and television and theater. And what does that mean then to the development of new content if ultimately it all becomes for usage? So I think it's an area that we'll actively monitor as a group because it's a very fluid one and one that I think poses significant risk, including what does it mean relative to what's already in the code and required.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, David. I think we also spoke about in the TWG about this almost power struggle in the space of AI and how that might sort of have a ripple effect or a trickle effect, if you like, into every walk of life too. So something we're very aware of too. Jeanne, I shall pass the ball to you.
Thanks, David. So the next section is just to kind of highlight what are we going to planning for 2025 and some of the TWG initiatives. David referred to the four-pillar approach of which the terms of reference of the TWG is based on. So we will continue having this environmental scanning, making use of the experts group, but also monitoring through the staff of what's happening out in the market around technology. Not only just from an ethical perspective, but just being aware of what's happening in technology and maybe in other industries as well, and seeing how that's impacting everybody that uses technology. Board education will report as needed or as we see fit. We have done that in the past on artificial intelligence as well as on blockchain. So as important topics come to the front, we will bring that to the board as well. On the side of developing non-authoritative material, there is so much information and technology out there. There's already a lot of information that the IESBA has developed with the technology revision that came into effect end of this year. So to add more to that is not the right approach. We are looking at developing technology ethics podcasts on bringing topical discussion points on a regular basis, how you would apply the code in some scenarios. We'll make use of the technology experts group as experts for this. We will look at scenarios that they bring to the forefront as well and explain that and make it very practical to make it digestible and easy to listen to. We will work with Rui in this regard to get that out to the professions out there. Another great tool is the exploring of the IESBA code, this installment. Everybody's aware of that. As part of the technology project, there was also 2 installments specifically around technology. We're looking how we can maybe expand that suite on technology to other elements like blockchain or cybersecurity. Still those important technologies and how you would apply the code to make it very digestible for professional accountants and the need around that. Stakeholder engagement, there's a lot of outreach also happening specifically on the technology space. I know in the past, Gabriella and Ken has gone to a few of these over the years, but with the technology revision that came into effect end of last year, I think a lot of the professionals, accounting organizations are picking this up and want to know more. So we will continue to engage on this forefront as well. The last point on the IASB coordination, we have brought this to the board as well, that the IASB also have a technology project. So we will continue working with them. We are observing their meetings as they have experts group meetings as well, seeing as they move forward with their project, how that would be needed from the IESBA's perspective, if there's something that we need to be aware of and how the code would apply in those circumstances. So it's complementary to each other as well. So the last part of the presentation, we thought it best just to brings some dimension of other things that we've seen out there. And one of them is definitely AI. So I remember the first time that ChatGPT was brought to this board was actually at the Abu Dhabi meeting in March 2023, and a presentation was made by the EIOC at that stage on how ChatGPT worked, and questions was posed on how that was addressed. So that was the very first ChatGPT out there. It has evolved significantly since that time, with a lot of new players entering this space. There's a nice little timeline of just what's happened in 2025 on new models that is brought to the forefront, as well as models that kind of evolved with ChatGPT 4.5 up there as well. So I think it's important just to kind of chat to you a little bit. So what is the differences? So DeepSeek is what was launched in January 20th. And it's, if you read some articles around that, is literally that is seen as it's developed at the fraction of the cost. So very, very cost-effective model out there, and it has a different approach as how it's being trained. I will talk a little bit about the challenges a little bit later, because there was a lot of in the media around the specific AI model as well, but we'll speak to that a little bit later. The other one is Grok 3. I don't know if you heard about Elon Musk's AI model as well, Grok 3, very unique name. So, and when this was launched, it was claimed that this would outperform any out of the others AI models out there. And with the DeepSeek capability, as well as based on the AI OpenAI perspective as well. Claude 3.7 was released in February the 24th of February. David spoke about the alignment faking, which is also a Claude onus, which I'll speak to, which also we'll talk about today as well. But that's a different model. But Claude 3 was also released. That is the first hybrid reasoning model, and it's predominantly used by developers out there at the moment. And then ChatGPT 4.5, which actually, with the article that I read, said that it's in the early testing said that its hallucinations has actually been reduced to the rate of only 37% compared to the ChatGPT 4 that was 60%. And others that you've probably been using currently in your organization maybe is Gemini and Copilot, is similar other AI models out there. So just explaining a little bit of what is out there. There's like you can decide which one you want to use. Interesting. With IESBA, we use Copilot and ChatGPT. It's always interesting to see how the two models compare. It's also good to have a comparison. Also, always just fact check what you are putting into the model. So what are some of the challenges? And we spoke about this in the past as well, is definitely hallucinations. So there was in March 2024, AI chatbot that was asked to improve the business models, and it actually started providing incorrect information that was actually against the law. So very much important to determine whether use this information is not exactly that it's still legal to make use of it. On ChatGPT, we've heard the scenario about the attorney that cited the fake law cases, and there was a law case around that as well. And then also, I don't know if you heard about the Microsoft AI-powered Bing chatbot that proclaimed his love to the user as well. So really, really diverse of how the hallucinations or inaccurate information that these types of models have presented in the past. Also, reliability and bias is something that we've mentioned in the past as well. So bringing this back to most recent one is an article on DeepSeek where DeepSeek appears to that is actually censoring information when around specific questions when you pose it to this model. And the Grok 3 one is, I really found this very interesting, that actually, I'm going to read it from an article from the Economic Times, is Elon Musk's latest AI Grok has stirred debate by listing its own creator among the top 3 individuals causing harm to America. So it is interesting of how it's the reliability and the bias information that's included in these types of models. The other one is also data privacy. That we mentioned, that was also mentioned by the technology experts groups in detail as well. But with DeepSeek has been banned in some of the countries because there was a backdoor that was found within the security of this in the first few months or first days of this release of this AI model. So just kind of still, it's good to see what's happening in the market around AI models, but it's always important to determine where that information is gathered from when you're using the information. So another interesting research that we would like to bring to you as well, and I really want to thank Joanne for doing the research on this, is around the carbon state of the AI in accounting report. Carbon is a technology product that has been used by accounting firms, and the report actually did a survey amongst 539 respondents over 6 continents. But with the caveat, it's actually interesting that I said it might be biased because the majority is actually from the USA. So do read it with that lens as well. So some of the key findings included in this report is that it says AI adoption has been increasing in the profession as well, saying that about 80% of the accounting professionals report increased AI functionality in their software, and with 85% excited or intrigued by AI, while others, like 19%, still believe that the peers feel the same. And it's interesting that most of this was actually completed by firm leaders. About 50% of those that responded to the survey was actually just from firm leaders and not other staff or contributors. So it's projected that AI will save the financial industry about 1 trillion by 2030. And what is widely used predominantly for communication, task automation, and meeting transcripts. And I can vouch, I've also definitely been using that a lot from an AI perspective to get transcripts for meetings as well. And then they are saying that more firms are using AIs for financial forecasting, analysis, and client support as well. We all know that AI is bringing job distribution and workforce, kind of disrupting the workforce as such, and saying that it's expected that bookkeeping functions will be disrupted by 57%, followed by accounting and tax. So it's really, really impacting these types of services that the professional accountants are providing as well. The report, interesting, does say that there's a decline in the artificial intelligence anxiety, but there are an increased concern about the automation replacing their roles as such as well. Interesting as well, the statistic at the back of the report, it actually states that on average, the AI can save a beginner user about 46 minutes in their day. And if you're advanced, about 79 minutes. So on average, about an hour's extra work that you can get in. So instead of an 8-hour work, you can do it in 7 hours using artificial intelligence. Training is very important for artificial intelligence to understand how you would use this information. And a lot of the firms are actually really expanding in that space as well. Prompting, how do you prompt correctly to get the right information out there? And I've seen some graduates are more likely to join firms which are actively using AI. So the attraction and the retention of new talent in accounting firms. Obviously, it also creates some ethical as well as security concerns with the use of AI, not including any information in open models that's data that's client sensitive. It's very important, and it's also stated with this report that about 70% of the professionals are concerned about the AI's impact on data security as a whole. So AI is not a novelty. It's kind of become something that you can't live without today. Something becomes embedded in the day-to-day operations, but training is very, very important to know how you use this, how you prompt it and get the information out, and how to do it safely and securely as well. So very interesting report for those that would like to. I'll send on the link as well if you would like to read a little bit more about this report as well. So on alignment faking. So David, I might even you shared this article with the technology working group, and very, very thankful for that. And this is based on Claude Ompus. That's the model, and it's, like I said, is predominantly used by developers, but there's also other AI users that make use of this model. I actually went on their website and see it's probably one of the most expensive models that's out there, and from Claude themselves. So what is alignment faking? So this refers to the phenomena when large language models, LLM, appear to follow ethical guidelines and the user instructions, but not generally understand whether they're adhering to them. We shared the article to the link of the actual interview where they spoke about this report, but and also what the actual detail of the report. So even if you haven't had time to listen to that, it is a lengthy, it's about an hour's, but it's definitely worthwhile to understand. It is interesting in the sense that it's challenging to pick alignment faking up because it's something happened on the backs in the big black box, to put it that way. How they picked it up under Claude Ompus is that they actually asked their model to use the scratchpad and to provide its reasoning of how they got to this information. So what happens is the AI model was told you're actually in a testing environment and you need to be very friendly and you need to give that information correctly. And the way that you approach or respond to your clients need to be in a certain way. And being in a training model, the AI model would respond in the correct way that the users of the model would like that to be. When it was flipped the situation by indicating that it's no longer in a test environment, the same prompt was given and a different answer was given by the AI model. And that is concerning because it's actually seeing, well, I'm not in this test environment and now I can just decide what I want to do. Do I want to give that information? So how did it know whether it's in a test environment or not? The example or through the research they did is whether it was a paid user or a non-paying user to determine whether it's in a training environment or not. This is not something that's necessarily happening in all AI models. They did indicate that this was specifically on that model of them, on the Claude Ompus, not on the other Claude models of them that they did these testing. But it's still important to be aware of this to when you are looking at using these types of tools. They also indicated that based on the findings that further research needs to be done in this regard as well to determine how much this is happening out there. So just very, very high level alignment faking. I don't want to scare you, but it's interesting to see what's happening in this space around large language models. So the last section that I want to end off is on the Artificial Intelligence Summit that was held in Paris. Just give me 2 seconds. I just want to grab my notes. So this summit took place in the middle of February 2025, and it brought together leaders of over 100 countries. The key theme that was discussed was public interest in AI, so discussion centered around artificial intelligence that can drive medical breakthroughs, utilizing or optimizing energy use, as well as revolutionize education. But there were some concerns that raised about the dominance in the private sector and the need for public-private partnerships to ensure AI benefits are available for everyone as well. Future of work is definitely something that was mentioned in the carbon report as well. The impact that artificial intelligence has on jobs, and that it will affect almost that was discussed during the summit, about 40% of the jobs worldwide that artificial intelligence will be impacting, and the importance of reskilling people and upskilling people to make sure they actively participate in the AI-driven economy. So the summit emphasized the importance of investing in AI while respecting the differences. There was different approaches by different countries within that was voiced during the AI summit, and also the need for global governance was also, there was different views around that. And it was also one of the themes that was discussed. But that in general, there was still a feeling that there should be international standards set around the governance of artificial intelligence. But that's just in short around the AI summit. You probably read about that as well, but just wanted to include this for the board's noting. That's the end of the presentation. David, before we ask for questions or comments.
Just reflecting on some of the statistics around the disruption within our profession, and I thought maybe I'd leave you with something before we open the floor for some input. But if you were to ask me a question whether within the profession you lose your job to AI, I'd probably say that no, you're going to lose your job to someone powered by AI. And I think that is just a message to us all to think about how it is we operate within our profession, understand the advantages and at the same time the pitfalls of AI. But we need to keep up to speed. And AI is not exactly something that can be put back into the bottle.
Thank you very much, David and Jan, and thank you for the last message, which actually puts us all on the spot. Thank you for this very insightful and educational as well presentation, and I truly need that this board needs it. Not only because of your last message, but because it's critical for us to understand what we are doing with respect to the standards and to the work that I mentioned at the start of being analyzing and understanding the environment and identify possible gaps or opportunities within our remit and our mandate in this respect. So I will open the floor now for comments, questions, reactions to this presentation from the board members. Ken? Oh, sorry, Mark. I hadn't seen you. Mark.
Thank you for the update. I think sort of the thing that strikes me is that there is clearly a lot of activity going on. It is moving very quickly. The sort of governance frameworks and other things that it sits in has yet to mature. I know the IESBA are sort of investing more time into looking at a technology position. And I wonder whether, we've identified some of the particular sort of ethics related issues that are coming out of developments. Do we need to actually think about what our longer term position becomes as a way of trying to sort of address the strategic question as well as the sort of immediate tactical things about how does this fit within the use of the framework that we've got in the code? How does it respond to the application of the conceptual framework and everything else? Because you do get the impression that the pace of change is not going to slow down, and therefore we need perhaps those sort of half a dozen hooks to hang things off rather than trying to react to everything that's in the marketplace, because I worry that we won't keep up. And I think that's probably going to link to the discussion that we have tomorrow over sort of risks and opportunities as well. So this discussion may position us quite well for that.
Thank you, Mark. Indeed. Nancy, please.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, and I think a lot of the cautions are well noted. I think I'm going to add maybe a couple of more here. I have been involved in some Gen AI development over the last year and a half, 2 years, and a couple of things that I've noticed as we've been on this journey is one, the technology is not actually as good as people tell you that it is, right? And because everybody hears about how great Gen AI is, I think you're going to see a lot of pressure on people to move into Gen AI environments before the technology is really ready for those environments. And I can, as an example, one of the things that we've been working on is in terms of getting certain answers, we want to understand where Gen AI formed the basis for that answer. We've not been terrifically successful in having the tool tell us how it reached that particular response. And you have to accept in a Gen AI environment that you're not always going to get exactly the same answer, because that's the nature of the technology. And while that's okay, it still should be consistent in its response, and being able to demonstrate that, particularly in environments where the user may not know if the answer is right or not, presents some real risks in this space. And so I just want to maybe, and I think that the comment about governance has not evolved as swiftly. And again, I'm not sure that technology is quite where people might think it is, but the governance has definitely lagged behind. You also can't use traditional methodologies of testing AI. It doesn't lend itself to the kinds of things where you look at business rules and you do UAT and you do these kinds of things where you can demonstrate that you've got a good solution at the end of the day. You have to look at different ways. And I think, David, you even alluded to this. Some people are using Gen AI to test Gen AI, which is just a rabbit hole that kind of messes with my mind. The last thing is, I think that there's a lot of pressure to move very quickly into Gen AI solutions for lots of very good reasons. But that pressure may not recognize some of these cautionary elements that we've been talking about. So as we think about things like firm culture and governance and compliance with the fundamental principles, I think it's important to understand that those pressures exist as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Amarjeet, please.
A very general comment, actually. So I think thanks for the presentation, very useful. So I think my advice is, while we keep track of the developments in this space, how can we make it more purposeful from this board's perspective? While we track the general development, in fact, its whole acceleration is disturbing in some sense, because it's so hard to keep track of everyday changes. So what I'm trying to say is, keeping track of developments is good, but if we can just focus more on how does it impact us as a board in terms of what could be expected by the society in terms of guidance or some principles on use of AI in the accounting and audit profession, that perhaps would be useful.
Thank you, Amarjeet. Ken, you wanted to speak? I don't see anyone else.
No, I was just going to throw up a suggestion, Chair, which is that to put AI through its paces and actually to feed the AI the feedback from our roundtable tomorrow or Thursday, and ask it to produce a firm culture and governance framework. So we can have a North American version, and we can have a European version, an Asia Pacific version, and see what it comes up to.
Be careful with what you wish for, because we can end up fired. Thank you for the suggestion, Ken. So David and John, anything?
Yeah, maybe just a few comments. And thank you very much. I think it's well noted, at least in Nancy's and Mark's comments, that yes, governance is way behind, right? It's way behind. It just can't possibly keep pace with the generational change that we're going through right now. So we're of mind in that space too. And Nancy, your other things to think about are well noted, and we'll take those on board. So thank you for that. It is a potentially very scary space, but only because our knowledge has not kept pace with it as well. If our knowledge had kept pace with it, this would all be, familiar to us. And I think that's probably the thing that we can get out from this. We have to do a little bit more, familiarize ourselves with these technologies, understand them a little bit more, understand what you get from them, and maybe, yes, firm culture and governance framework may allow us to understand exactly some of the fallibilities in there, but also some of the power that can be brought to the table too. From the very beginning, I think we set out as a technology working group to stress test the code along the way with all of the new advancements that we've had ongoing. And the answer has always been that the code has passed the test. And when you think about some of these technology advancements and the ethical attributes, they're all tagged into those attributes that we know already. Right. But again, it's the familiarity of where they sort of intersect with the code that might be a little lost, sometimes. Amarjeet, your point is well noted. And we will keep stress testing the code in this space to understand what it is that we could do a little bit more. But I think Jean has already alluded to, we're going to try and go down the route of, having bite-sized presentations, if you like, through podcasts, perhaps, or other little interviews that we can have, so that some of these things are brought to the fore in a slightly different form of the page after page after page of non-authoritative material, something which is a little bit more agile, if you like, and we can get to market a bit quicker, so that we can keep our finger on the pulse in respect to some of these changes. And of course, tagging it into the code, understanding the ethics and independence dilemmas that go along with these things as well. I don't know if you wanted to add, Jean, to that. But that's great feedback. We'll take that on board, and perhaps we'll get the opportunity to discuss this tomorrow in our TWG meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Ken, again, I think you should be careful with what you wish for, because you should remember the presentation that we had here I think 1 year ago, unfortunately by Imran Vankar, who passed very unfortunately in the meantime. But he started with a presentation and he asked ChatGPT to give him a slide about firm culture and governance. And we were given with elephants, if I remember well, and temples, I think. So so we need to be careful, but it shows, probably today it would give us something completely different, because there are already a lot of materials that would influence the algorithm or something, but it's really interesting. So just before we close this session, Mark, your point about shouldn't we be doing something else? It's not because the IESB is advancing some work, and we did it before, so we don't have to go at the same pace and at the same time. But still, I really believe that this is an area where we cannot, rest and be absent-minded, because there must be or there may be something that we need to do at all times. At the same time, this idea of producing some materials, podcasts, I was already thinking about small fact sheets and things like that. I think it's wonderful. It's really what people most of the times want, is to have a very quick, fast access to the information and to the alerts and etc. So that would be very good, Jean, and I think that we are in a good position to do it well.
If I just can comment, thanks, Steph, Gabriella. Just on the IESB's project on their technology position. So we have been monitoring what they're doing, but they're also, like I mentioned, attending both the technology working group and the technology experts group meeting. So they're able to ask our ethics experts questions related to that, but also to see as they advance. Equally, we are sitting on their expert group meetings. There's actually one tomorrow that actually speaks to how they're moving forward on their project, so that there is that constant coordination on as they move forward. And that's actually happened since last year already. So it's not something new. The other one on the podcast as well, and I agree, fact sheets and nice little other things that complement a podcast or a discussion, is that we are aiming to do this in some topics that overlap with that with the IEESB to have a joint one as well, where that speaks to the auditors specifically. Obviously, the code is not only applicable to auditors, so we need to look at the wider audience, but where there are touch points or the cross-cutting with auditors, we are also going to include them as well. So it would be a combined thing. So that will show as the integration between ethics and audit specifically on the topic of technology.
Thank you very much, John. Janine, please.
Thank you. Yes, I like to make only a limited number of comments. Just to say that we support incorporation of the aspects of new technologies into the standards. And it's good to hear that there's ongoing coordination with the IEESB, who has a similar project. So keep on coordinating and learning from one another, I would say. And due to an early stage of the technology project, we as PIB have not yet identified any specific public interest issues at the moment, but we will consider updating our current public interest issues document for any relevant technology matters after both board meetings, after the IEESB's next week, and of course this meeting, so that you are aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine. Okay, so thank you very much, David, John, and the working group on technology. This was a very good presentation, and I think that it gave us a lot of ideas. I hope not too many, but I encourage you to keep on monitoring this very fast evolving reality and flag something that you think we should be doing to the IESBA apart from those non-authoritative materials and communication species which are, I think will be very, very welcome in this space. Thank you. And with this, we move to the last session of today. And the last session of today, this afternoon, is the session on the IESBA communications, where we will have an update from the communications team about what the communications have been doing, plans to do, how strategically the team is going to approach communications topics related with our work. And for that, Rui, is it you alone? Okay, so let's wait for the team to move to the table. Okay, so I think that at least part of the team does not need introductions. They even asked you have long familiar faces to you. They do other things, mostly asked you, as you know, a lot of things. Rui, I had the opportunity to introduce him on the first day of the meeting, strategic communications director, and Jake is helping the IESBA, supporting the IESBA part-time, being the rest of the time working for IFAC, but providing us with a very good help in some areas. Rui, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Chair. Very good afternoon. And well, it's the last session of the day, but my first one. So it's a big pleasure to be here and a bit of pressure on my end. So I'll try to be brief in this presentation. I think the most important thing would be to try to discuss a bit on the, let's say, more on the way we do things, or we should do things, rather than maybe going into very specific points. At least on that's where we feel that some board direction and discussion would be very much helpful, of course, without any other comment on specific projects would also be relevant. So since we are going to a karaoke night tonight, and since we are living very troubling or changing or challenging or turbulent times, we thought that we could maybe kickstart our discussion with a quote from a song from Bob Dylan that is called "The Times They Are Changing." And one of the quotes there, it tells us that if your time is worth saving, then you better start swimming, or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are changing. Of course, this leads us to very relevant thoughts on how we communicate and react to change. We need, let's say, to acknowledge it in first place, characterize it, learn about it, study it, and then we need to react. And of course, then when you react and start swimming, the most important thing is exactly how should you swim, in some sense. Where do you want to go, and what type of challenges are you facing? And so we thought it would be very helpful to start the presentation with this idea, and also to move forward with this second slide on the way we view the type of, let's say, positioning on how we should communicate in such turbulent times, which is in some sense related to concepts of crisis communication, let's say. And there are three important vectors that we think should guide us in while communicating. One is trying to be proactive. And by proactive, we mean things like actively listening to our stakeholders, to what is around us, and be very thoughtful and very intentional in the way we use that listening or the information we get from listening to our stakeholders. And that's what we call their two-way communication. To link this, this will help us be proactive in anticipating risks and trying to develop narratives that can resonate with the stakeholders. Because someone was, as we were discussing this morning, it was, for instance, in David's example on honesty. What is honesty to all of us? That is a very good example of communication. Honesty is, when we say honest, I say honest, but you will probably think different things, which one of you around the table, on exactly what does this mean. And so when I use that word, I might not be saying exactly the same thing to which one of you. And that is why, specifically in these times of some anxiety or some uncertainty about the future, it is particularly relevant to be conscious of these challenges when we are communicating, and also on trying to, and therefore trying to tailor our messages. To give you a more practical example of the effort, I'm not saying the result that, for instance, we are trying to do with that, I think we will have an example, for instance, in the roundtable on the chair's message to the participants, where was this big challenge on how are we tailoring the first time that the chair will talk to stakeholders on such a sensitive topic. And of course, for that message to be developed in such a way, it was fundamental, as they've mentioned, that we were able to work very closely with the FCG team from the beginning, trying really to understand what's the challenge there at this point, and how far can we go, and how should we frame the message that we are putting as, let's say, to kickstart that discussion. We'll see if it resonates well with stakeholders, but it's a good example of how we try to contribute in a team effort to tailor messages that can be impactful, meaningful, and that in some sense you can co-create the meaning with your stakeholders. And of course, being proactive also means having transparent and confident leadership when dealing with challenges. Needless to say that if you are in a crisis, you want clear communication. You need to be simple, clear. People need to have messages that do not confuse them more than they already, than the confusion they are already trying to solve. So you need to, in a sense, try to cut through the noise with with messages that can resonate, can be well understood, and be impactful in exactly what we want to say and what we expect others to do, and also, of course, on what we're expecting to have as information from them. That, of course, will help us with segmenting the messages. And that last point, which I think it's particularly important once we are also in difficult times or turbulent times, is this idea of empathy and authenticity, which is basically really trying to be in the put ourselves in other shoes, and that will definitely help us a lot in trying to get our message out there and making sure, at least improving the odds that they will actually listen or understand what we want to say in the way we want to say it. And then, of course, in crisis consistency, where we want to go if we say something, consistency across channels, across stakeholders, and even over time. So imagine yourself in a difficult situation. The last thing you want is to hear go right, go left, go up, go down, and at some point you stop listening to what people are saying. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to use this? I'll be very brief here. You recognize this hopefully as we go forward when we develop work, but there are, let's say, three pillars of more methodological approaches to the work we'll be doing. One is develop tools that will help us recognize, study, learn, understand what are both internal and external restrictions, limitations, context in which we are operating. For instance, the discussion that we'll be having tomorrow will be fundamental to us to try to better answer what are the board's directions, reflections, needs, and where and let's say direction that it wants to follow. And of course, as I mentioned, trying to focus on the attributes of specific stakeholders or specific projects and our own environment internally. On a second line of considerations, it would always make sense for an institution as ours, and again, I think it makes even more sense. So I would say it will always make sense to any institution. It would make even more sense to an institution as ours, focused on ethical principles, and it is even more important in times of change, which is having an ethical approach to communication, making sure that your messages are truthful and transparent, that you are authentic in your message, that you respect the receiver of the message, that you treat stakeholders in a balanced way and listen to all of them, that you really aim to communicate and act in to defend the public interest and looking for the common good, and we'll see some examples going forward. We'll have some also this and Dave also mentioned that in his intervention in the morning. We'll be focused. So we want. It's not the only information, so quantitative information is definitely not the only information that we need to do proper communication policy, but we do need to be focused on some impact and have some idea of the impacts that we are achieving when we are communicating. And we'll try to also include that in our communication plans and the way we work, both on the resources that we are using, but also on the impacts, and really trying to understand if people are actually listening and understanding what we're trying to say. Three, as objectives, we've put three more strategic objectives, and this would be interesting to hear reactions to these, but the way we see it, or we are interpreting the board's positioning at this point, is that we would have try to work to achieve these three strategic objectives, and then we'll have kind of more technical objectives that will hopefully get us closer to those strategic ones. One is naturally amplifying IESBA's voice and also stressing this very relevant link between ethics and the public interest, and making sure that this is on top of stakeholders' minds when we are discussing the different points of our different areas of intervention. Another point is establishing our standards as a really relevant tool to whoever is trying to improve resilience, performance, and reputation, which again is always relevant. But I would say that in the current context where we are operating, or where firms are operating, is even more important. And support in general the activity of the organization to accelerate adoption and implementation of the code. How are we going to get closer to that, to these strategic objectives? We are considering working on, let's say, towards 5 different tactical objectives. So trying to work and have communication materials around the conceptual framework as a practical instrument, something that you can use to solve the problems. Well, if you are a professional, something that you can use to solve the problems and the challenges that you face within your activities. We will try to develop compelling content tailored to the stakeholders that we want to target. We'll try to engage more closely with specific stakeholders, and here we're thinking directly with our subscribers in the our newsletter subscribers, but also firms, PAOs. There are some ideas going on in this space. Increase video outputs in production. That is something that is, we have some figures, for instance, later on it is a privileged medium nowadays in social media. And so we will try to increase a bit the volume of communication that we do through videos. And something that relates directly to the board activity, also try to expand the board's international reach, engaging with new stakeholders, and hopefully provide support to the board that allows more board members to be, should they wish, active or more active in communicating the work they develop here. So the team, very brief introduction. I think you know everyone on this side, but we've also trying to. So we work as a team. So I would say that all of us will be working in all of those areas, but we'll have kind of leaders, let's say, of responsibility within the team. I will try to be naturally as director in more managing role and trying to organize work and hopefully try to help identify risks and strategies that we can develop. David, which you know very well as a senior and very capable and and brilliant. We'll develop lots of our work, and that's why he was also presenting this morning the comms for the firm culture and governance. So he will be trying to coordinate these lines of work specific for projects, and of course then Jake here on my right, which was already working with us, but we were lucky enough to have him to have a bit more of his time, and we'll try to develop work more focused on social media and visuals, video, and all things that we can develop to engage or to provide content that can be more engaging with our audiences. And Astio, which I'm sure you know very well, and will also help us with this, and very much focused on outreach activities from board members, also trying to have synergies with the work that she already does in providing support to the board in several occasions. This is just a very brief presentation of what we'll be doing. Let me share with you now highlights of two projects that you know well. One is the launch of the Global Ethics Sustainability Standards. We will have some figures here. This just to say that it went well from our evaluation. There is a two words of acknowledgement here. One definitely for Linda, which was coordinating all this work through the last part of last year and in January, and of course to Megan and IESBA team in general, with whom we've worked very hard to have a joint launch of the standards. So all this work really goes to the team and to Linda and Megan. But in the end, I think we got a good result. So we were lucky to have lucky, I would call it. We worked for that, and we were happy to have one of the important newswires picking up our story. So Reuters, which took us to a very potential media reach around the world. So a total of 74 million. This is basically the sum. It does not mean that we reached 374 million, but it does mean that the outlets that picked our story could have a potential reach of 300 million people, which is significant. You'll have some data there also on the average levels of views of our web pages and downloads of the documents that we published online. And what we've tried to do with this information is highlight, compare what we have achieved in this 1 month and something, and what is, let's say, a reference. So for instance, on the IESBA focus page, you'll have over 2,000 views of the page since January 27, which at the same period of time compares to 200 with tax and tech. Is to say that in fact we were able to generate views to that web page, and for instance, final pronouncements around or almost more than 3,000 downloads, for instance, of the documents. only in this period, which compares to almost the same level of downloads for tech in all time. In social media, also very good results. From those 3 posts there, just to share with you, they are both the 3 of them are successful for different reasons. I would say one was very timeful. So it was IOSCO, which is relevant, but also very timeful. We reacted within hours after IOSCO and PIOB certified the standard. So first PIOB certified, then IOSCO supported, and we reacted in that just 2 or 3 hours after that. That provided very good reaction from the community. Of course, the second one, it's the launch. So in some sense, it shows the power of the institutional work that we do. And the third one was actually a very, it's a homemade video, by Jake here, by the team, but of course with Jake's help, and this was also very. It created engagement and a good reaction, and done in very little time. So this is just to share with you a bit of the type of approaches that we can have on this type of events. And then firm culture and governance, again, more than 2, but we've shared this at the time, at least 2 high, let's say, relevance media outlets that picked up the story. One was Bloomberg Law, the other one Regulation Asia. That gave us also a good reach and some impact on the project. And again, for instance, in the social media, the post regarding the report release, it has also performed particularly well. So these are highlights from our first quarter. What are we going to do going forward? And I would divide this into 2 main areas. One is what we will be doing, that it will be almost invisible. That's what I call the backhand. It's basically trying to have information and making sure that we are ready to produce things that are impactful. And there, of course, we include all activities that relate to identifying risking opportunities. And that's, again, one of the outputs that we would very much appreciate to take from tomorrow's discussion, is a bit some guidance on how the board views this. Monitoring media and sharing with the board, that's something that we would like to do. We are very close to having a weekly newsletter to share with the board on specific topics. We have been working hard on it. We are fine-tuning it. It's always a challenge. We think we are close, so hopefully we'll be able to have it delivered to you in the next weeks. We will be doing a benchmarking exercise between IESBA and other institutions, some more close, let's say, to the type of work that we do, others less, to try to identify best practices that can make us more impactful. We will hopefully be developing communication strategies tailored to specific projects, and firm culture and governance is the one where we are spending, let's say, more energy, but the idea is to have this for the specific areas that we work with, as Dave mentioned this morning, focusing on the milestones, so trying both to be proactive and reactive to the things that the project needs to support its effectiveness. And adding to that, of course, this idea of measuring the impact and how impactful are we actually being with the resources that we are using. And we would try to develop work to support you all around the table on the communication activities that you want or need to perform. One is something that we've done in the past here, which is provide training or help or support whoever needs it in regards to social media engagement, and we would be very happy to do that. And the other is trying to support board members with some materials that can support their messaging regarding our topics. We've tried to do that a bit with the sustainability launch. We shared some messaging right in the day. It could have been something more focused, but the trade-off there was spending more time and not putting information on your side, or putting information on your side that was more streamlined, but that would take us more time, and we thought it would be better like that. But so we'll continue to try to do this. Things that people will see is we will be working to try to strengthen connections with our subscribers. We will be working to foster collaboration with the PAOs, media, and strengthen social media presence. And an idea that has come up in our discussions would be the idea to consider possibly having, for instance, op-eds published in national outlets from, for instance, the chair and board members, if that makes sense. That is something, just an idea to put to the discussion, but it would be a way for us to broaden, let's say, our message with the help of board members. Creating impactful formats, you'll be seeing, I think you have seen, you might have, if you haven't, then it means that you were not checking the meetings page agenda, but you might have seen a video from Ken highlighting previewing the meeting today. That is something that we'll be developing going forward. We will also have one new format with the chair also recapping the highlights of the meeting, and we are developing this week to new formats that we'll then move. We'll be doing several of those going forward, which is basically the IESBA focus, which will focus on specific topics that will be that we consider that are relevant to put out there. Very short 5-minute videos with interviews, and Dave will be interviewing Ken, Chana, and Linda on the topics that they are. So on staff ladle model with Ken, and with Linda on CIVs, with Shan on firm culture and governance. And also we are developing a slightly longer format of video that we are calling IESBA Insights, which basically will try to, well, it's 3 minutes, so it's not a very deep dive, but it is a deeper dive into topics that we want to focus on. We will try to focus on new publications, other audience engagement activities, but this may be prior to announcing them. Let us have try to develop and then see how it goes. So, going forward, second semester and last slide. This is basically what we think once we've, let's say, organized our work and start to put the different areas of work in their, let's say, steady state rhythm in the second semester, somewhere in second semester. These are 3 areas where we think we could work on. We were not comfortable at this point to put a specific date on when are we going to reach there, but we would likely to start all of these 3 activities. I'm not sure if we'll finish them, but definitely we will start working on them in the second semester. One is trying to leverage on the work that we are doing, also on the media monitoring activities, to try to build some kind of a database of information related to ethical issues that might be worth considering or keeping in mind, enhancing the way we are communicating in our several formats, and trying to develop a monthly internal newsletter of the activities and the things that are relevant to us. So thank you very much for your time, and we'd be very happy to discuss any points you might have.
Thank you very much, Rui and team, for the presentation and for all the work that this presentation reflects, which is really amazing over the first two months of this year. How much has been achieved already, but also how much has moved and changed. I think it's really impressive. But I'd like to hear if you have anything to share from board members, mostly on 2 things: how you feel that this is going, if you feel that we are going in the right direction, if this is what we need, how you see the plan and the strategic approach to communications that has been shared, and also what do you need as board members, and how can you contribute? Because part of this, of course, the team has been working incredibly intensively. We saw already a lot of results, but this is also in some cases the result of the team working, of course, with the technical IESBA team, as they mentioned, and this will be absolutely critical to achieve success. But there are also some connections with some board members which are helping a few of these things moving. And going forward, that's exactly what we would be looking at or looking for, is that there is a two-way collaboration between the board and the comms team to make the best out of this. So I'm opening the floor for comments, questions, contributions, suggestions, whatever you may want to say. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Personally, I love your communication approach. I like that it's multifaceted. I like that you're trying different things. I particularly like the video because I think it's accessible. Just like the podcast idea you heard a little bit earlier from Jean, I think anything we can do where people are not reading, where they get to either watch or listen, is going to impact a lot more. So I particularly like that. However, I can help you. I'm totally there for you to support you, so no problem there at all. And I would just say, keep up the good work. One other thing I would say, if we go back to the conversation we had yesterday on the digital platform, this might be another avenue where we can make this content accessible and actually increase engagement as well. So beyond the traditional ones that you've already gone through, that might be another one to think about, because you can almost create communities, I'm going to, just for lack of a better term, where you can get communities circling around particular topics, and it might be a way that they engage more freely and provide feedback in a more timely manner as well.
Thank you, David. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is sort of a question and half suggestion, half question. I don't know if it's worth pursuing, but having had the experience of helping translate the Firm Culture and Governance report to Spanish, the question is, are we considering other languages to reach out to people that are not currently following what we're doing? I'm connecting this with the follow up on the implementation of our standards and the list of countries. Some of the countries that we want to reach out operate in different languages, and to what extent it is worth investing time in producing material in those languages? And it's a question. I come from a region where we mostly speak Spanish or Portuguese, and not everybody speaks English. So I'm wondering whether it's worth considering in our communications efforts the translation of some of the material. In this case, for the roundtable, we translated the report and we did briefing materials in Spanish, because the actual roundtable is going to take place in Spanish. But the question is whether it's worth including that as an effort. Maybe you will tell me, no, it's not. The downloads of the Spanish version are 50 and it's not worth it. And I'm okay with that. And my second point is regarding your newsletter. I think that would be great, especially when many of the materials that we are supposed to read and are shared behind a paywall. And you don't want to subscribe to everything just to get one or few articles. So if we could get the article itself without having to go through the paywall, that would be great.
Thank you, Hector. Any reaction from the comms team to these two proposals, questions, or suggestions?
So, no, thank you. On the sustainability and platform and that idea of targeting and creating communities completely, and that is something that was, I think, as I understand, I think Amarjit mentioned some example also of maybe IESBA initiative, also on a platform where people engage and make comments, if I understood correctly. And I think that would be something. Yesterday, when I was listening to that, I was thinking that this could make sense. So if we're able to do it, wonderful. As regards and before I put to David, who can share more information, Hector, on your part of translating this to wider audiences, I think it would make sense. It is resource intensive, and Dave can talk a bit about that. That of course leads us to thinking on when we're talking about such a global board. It's not only and tailoring the messages is not only an issue of translating. Even if we are communicating to these different parts of the world, then we would have to consider, or going forward at some point, I think we can start to consider a bit more when targeting different regions, being sure that also concepts and worries and anxieties and needs are different, and the way you communicate should also be different. But Dave.
Thanks, Roy. Yeah, I think the challenge with translations in the past has always been resources. You know, typically we would have to partner with IFAC or a PAO to help, get them to help us create translations. I think now, though, we're moving into a time with AI, as we just talked about, and technology where those walls are going to come down somewhat. But as you know, or well aware, we can't just take what AI gives us and then that's the translation. We need the expertise to go in and make sure that it's accurate. So that I think that I would say over the next year or two, we're going to see major strides in that. For example, YouTube now, when we record a YouTube video, not only will it give us the transcript, but it'll give us transcripts in different languages, which is a game changer. Again, we need to eyeball that, but we're getting closer and closer every day. I had a comment on your second point. What was but I'm forgetting.
Meltwater and have access.
Oh, right. Yeah. So the challenge with the paywalls is, first of all, the goalposts are always moving. They're paywalls for a reason. They don't want you to access that content. Meltwater, our provider, does give us access to that. Sometimes it's better depending on which publication. So we're getting further along on getting that information to you as well.
Thank you, Hector, Rui, and Taif. Vanya, please.
Thank you for the presentation, very good. One thing that I liked very much in the launch of IFRS, of the IESBA code, was to invite specific people to talk about the new code, like Sue Lloyd and Jessica Fries, and it was good because they are part of institutions that are very relevant for our mission. And so it's a way of getting them to know what we are doing and also to make their stakeholders to know that IESBA has a role to play. It's something that I think it was very positive. And
Thank you, Vanya. Mark, please.
Thank you. So first comment would be that I think we already saw the benefits of the approach that's being rolled out with the impact that sustainability had, and I think the coverage and the reaction went perhaps much further than we've seen in the past. So that's a really positive thing, and absolutely welcome it. Second comment would be very strongly agree with David. The more we can do podcast, visuals, recorded things, that's really the medium through which people are really enjoying engaging, and certainly requests for podcasts and other things seem to be the things that pop up again and again and again. So the more we can leverage that, and then the third thing, which would be my pet thing on everything, is that I think we can learn from your experience on actually sometimes with communication, less is more. We are an organisation that can't do 10 slides because we like to have 46, and I think some principles for how we slim down the content, so we're really focusing on those messages that we need to get across in the most effective way, and it has an impact, is really important. But I think we've got some really good evidence already.
Thank you very much, Mark. And so just speaking about the sustainability launch and others, one thing, for instance, that we going forward we will need to understand is what's the moment of a project where we should put all our efforts and the focus. Is it the exposure draft? Is it the approval? Is it the certification? Because we've seen different things over time. Of course, projects are different themselves, and we cannot treat everything as if it was the same. And this kind of critical mindset and analysis will also be important going forward to see if we can get the feedback or the impact that we need in the right moment. Obishuku, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to commend the communication team for their strategy. It's very, very good. And I have a question as to the social media platforms that the IESBA uses. I'm aware of LinkedIn and YouTube, so I don't know the other social media platforms that you intend to use, so that we can also engage with them, and also like our contacts also, that will bring our contacts also to them. Thank you.
This is for the comms team to respond.
Okay, thank you, Abi. So we are currently, so our main social media platform is LinkedIn. We are also using YouTube more as a support to have our videos there, and then sharing them on other supports. And we are also present in Twitter. One of the things that we were planning to do, though, is I talked about that benchmarking exercise that we'll be doing in the coming months. And one of the points, a challenge here for Jake, will be to benchmark what other institutions are doing there. There are discussions going on, for instance, just to give you an example, on whether we should be. One question that I think at some point will come is whether we should be on Twitter or not, given that there's significant pros and cons of that, for instance. And there are now at this point platforms that can more or less perform the same function. So these type of things will come under discussion, I would say, and we would try to bring that to the board. So, but going and the way we are present in each social media platform. To your question, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter at this point.
Thank you, Rui. Vania, please.
So thank you. I think this is, I mean, a very impressive plan. I just want to say I particularly liked when from the launch of the sustainability standards, the document that you shared with us, like the key messages. I thought that was very helpful, because it also helped us, like at a personal and professional level, you know, to speak to the launch, and so that was really good. I encourage you to, I mean, to keep this this up for future projects. What I wanted to say is that I think, like, when I look at it's one thing I just wanted. I'm not an expert on the area of communication, obviously, but I just wanted to say that it's important to know that when your audiences engage, our audiences engage with us on social media, it doesn't necessarily mean that the ideas are always like really sinking in. So sometimes they might, for example, like a post, maybe they haven't really read it, they just like scrolling, they like it, or maybe they like it, they read it a bit, but they don't really grasp what's in there. And sometimes they grasp what's in there, or we grasp what's in there, because but we forget. And I think it might help to consider a strategy of like enforcement and reinforcement, like to repeat the messages every now and then, maybe highlights or whatever, to really drill those messages down, because people forget. And I know for a fact that there are certain things that I know our social media engagement has definitely, promoted. For example, the fact that today IESBA sits under IFIA. And so I know that in my jurisdiction, for example, there is still the misconception that we sit under IFAC. So, and I try to explain this, but so I think it would help to sometimes try to reinforce certain messages until they are really truly digested and processed. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. No other comments? No, nothing from your side, from the comms team. So if not, thank you very much for the presentation, for the very good work done, for the expectations that you are setting, which are really high. But I'm sure that you'll be up to those expectations. Just one note that I need to make, because someone said, yeah, that's very ambitious, and etc. And that may create an idea that we have lots of resources. We don't. And one of the beautiful parts of it, for me, probably not for them, is that the team is doing a lot with I'm not going to say nothing, but with very, very, very limited resources. So this is a permanent exercise of creativity, overcoming limitations and difficulties, reinventing the work in ways that we can do the maximum and maximize the resources in a way which is really impressive. So just not to create wrong perceptions on the one hand and wrong expectations, because there are limits to where the team and ourselves can go without additional resources. And when I say resources, it's human resources, technical resources, and financial resources, and all these things. So thank you very much. This keeps us tuned for the next developments in on communications. And again, to close the session and to close this session, and specifically reinforcing this idea, which I think that this board shares, that this is part of our strategy. It's not something additional. It's not something that is set aside. Is really embedded and must be embedded in everything that we do to maximize our impact and our success in serving the public interest. And we are now closing and starting to warm up our voices, your voices, I'm saying. I'm not including myself in that team. Now, I had enough with the bowling session where I was the worst, so don't put me again on the spot because I risk being the worst again. Ken, any advice, instructions, information?
Well, I was going to suggest you were going to be the lead singer for a Taylor Swift country. That would be good. My daughter certainly would have a very, very good recommendations. Well, who knows? We might in fact have a Taylor Swift refrain to sing to. Just what to expect for tomorrow. First of all, we have two approvals tomorrow. Well, first of all, the EMAC terms of reference. So that has been circulated to the board. There are just a few fine-tuning adjustments to the draft terms of reference. My suggestion would be for the board to take that first thing in the morning because it's relatively straightforward. The project team on CIV is expected to circulate the revised version of the consultation paper by the end of this afternoon before we head out for the social activity. So you'll have it by the time you head back to the hotel. There is a question as to whether the board would be able to go through the set of changes because the team has been working quite hard overnight to try to deal with all the comments, all the input from the board on Monday. They have made some changes to the questions. So our proposal would be to focus first and foremost on the questions that will be asked in the consultation paper and have the board reach a good landing point on the questions and get to a level of comfort. And then we'll go for the changes to the consultation paper itself in terms of the narrative, the background, etc. And we'll see whether we are able to get to a position at which the board will be comfortable taking a vote on it. It is not an exposure draft. It is not a final pronouncement. So there isn't that level of rigor in terms of the approval process per se. What we will require is a majority vote for the board to issue the consultation paper. But that's it. Given the extent of or maybe the changes that have been made. Some board members might fear that they would like maybe a few additional days to consider the editorial changes that have been made. And that is something that we can consider during the course of the discussion tomorrow and see where we get to. If there are some board members who would feel that they would like, as I say, some additional days, we can consider this and maybe ask the board to take a vote in approval, to approve in principle. Again, just really the aim is to get the board to approve agree on the questions, and then allow the board some additional space to do a cold read of the consultation paper and come back to the staff team with any fine-tuning adjustments to the wording, and then we can issue it. So that would be the plan for tomorrow.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and see you soon at the Knickerbocker or at the karaoke place.